Scheiße. You Americans are very funny, Oh, you 3D printed that? No way. I'm a developer at HK. I don't think this is okay. Look at this. The way you massacred my boys. This looks a little chunky, Isn't this already patented or something? I don't know if you're allowed to do this. You're messing with German engineering. Where is the magnets? Hans, I think we have a problem. Ich habe eine MP5, we give a little slap. Ich habe eine MP5, we slap it just like that. Ich habe eine MP5, we have a little fun. Ich habe eine MP5, a 3D printed one.
Listen, I didn't come all this way for you to just be gentle with me, alright? I need you to slap me hard. I need to go into battery, alright? Give it to me. Don't hold back.
Do the HK slap. That you made this in your living room with a Chosta 3D printer? Yeah. I still don't quite understand. You mean you just squirted it? I squirted it, yeah. I squirted it out of the 3D printer with plastic in my living room, yeah. I'm scared. This could mean anyone could 3D print it in the living room. I think that's the point, yeah. But it's very scary. Well, sometimes the world is a scary place. Slap it with your left. Slap it with your right. Slap it in the day and slap it in the night. Slap it like you mean it. Slap it like a god. I slap it when I see it. It always gets me hard.
Listen, I didn't come all this way for you to just be gentle with me, alright? I need you to slap me hard. I need to go into battery, alright? Give it to me. Don't hold back.
Do the HK slap.
Hello and welcome. How's everybody doing today? Hi there, sort of a demon. Not doing anything special in particular, so we're just a regular old stream. I hope I'm audible because my microphone setup is just extremely fucked up. And there goes my YouTube discoverability. Sorry, I need to stop swearing as much as I do. It's not really. It's getting out of hand. It's becoming a problem. So, this is not layered correctly. Let's layer this correctly. How are you doing, sort of a demon? Welcome, welcome. Pull this up. Hopefully, hey, it's not having a stroke. That's great. That's a significant improvement over how it was behaving previously. No, still trying to spurg out on me a little bit. Let's try to adjust it. For some reason, it has this fucking auto landscape mode where it doesn't quite like when it's, well, I guess you're turned over now. That's rotated away from my, from the edge of my desk because I don't want the VTuber feet fan to show up out of the woodwork. I appreciate the guy, but I just don't want to be the subject of his particular content. Let's see, rotate 180. There you go. Now we're oriented correctly. Having the correct orientation is very important. So, we've planned a number of things today. I, of course, did absolutely zero prep, so we're not going to... what we're not going to do is we're going to create a wheel to spin, pick a wheel, there you go. Let me actually share that with you so that you can see what we're doing. Picker wheel, there it is. Oh, okay. Let's put the hand cam away for now because we don't quite need it, and contract that over here. So, as I've mentioned, we're going to be doing a variety of stuff. Some of the higher, how should I put this? Higher investment stuff. We are going to. How do I edit the wheel? I've never used this. Input text here. Inputs. Okay. We're going to need to generate a new one. So, there's a number of standard activities, and then there's a number of activities that we're going to hide behind a gotcha because it's more fun that way. So, one of the higher demand items that's going to be today is things we're putting on the wheel. Let's start with those. Clean your big gun, bucko. That's going to be the SIG MCX cleaning because it is labor intensive to do, and if I can skip out of doing that, I'd prefer to do so. Right, say calligraphy. Always afraid that I'm not going to spell that correctly. All right, there you go, calligraphy. What's the other high investment thing that we're probably going to be doing today? Gray Zone Warfare Community Night. That's for tomorrow, but we're going to leave that over here. What else? What else are we going to do? The tack belt we're doing either way. The very scuffed gunsmithing also is happening, regardless of whether or not we spin the wheel. I wonder what else do we want to do? You know what? Fuck it. Let's keep these three. Clean the carry gun. Okay, we're gonna keep this up here, and we're gonna be taking items off. So the deal is, there is a throne link. Hey there, Henex. Hello, hello, hello. So the deal with the wheel is going to be the following. There is a special SKU that we've created specifically for today's event. It's called Birthday Boy's Tipping Jar. It's on my throne. So this is not attached to subs or anything, but what's going to happen is, first spin is going to be one purchase of that SKU, so that's one tip into the tipping jar. Second spin is 2 spins. Third spin is 3 cards. I think that's going to spruce it up a little bit, and you know what? If things are just not happening, fuck it. I will probably just throw you some freebies as we go along the way. This is what happens when you don't prep before the stream. That is very true. Listen, I had to move my entire desk setup, okay? So, the other thing is that we're also going to be doing a Q&A throughout the stream. So, follow the Marshmallow link. Marshmallow is a platform for asking questions anonymously, or as anonymously as you want them to be asked. And yeah, as those pile up throughout the stream, we're going to be working through them slowly but surely. But we're probably going to start with something today. Let me bring up the hand cam. Put the chrome away. We're probably going to be reacting to stuff in the background as we do, because we still need to entertain everyone's ADHD and give them things to look at. All right, so hand cam goes live. I'm gonna put that over here, right behind me. You don't need to see my hand, so that's fine. All right, we're gonna take this off. All right, so first item on our agenda today. So as a lot of you may know, I am a big fan of Benelli shotguns. Camera, behave yourself. Probably don't need the mouse for this just yet as well. So, there she is. Just a second. You know, what I definitely didn't forget to do. I didn't forget to obscure the serial numbers that are clearly legible on the side of my firearm that I wouldn't really want out there. So let me put a piece of electrical tape over it so that that's not a problem. Right, so the thing that we're going to be doing with the Benelli today is we're going to be putting a match saber onto it. The problem with putting said match saber onto the Benelli, doesn't have any other serial numbers. No, it does not. Okay, so actually let me take these out as well. Camera, behave yourself. We are going to have a problem with you, aren't we? Right, so the problem with attaching, well, pretty much anything to the Benelli is that it comes, the Gen 2 specifically, comes with a handguard that's not really M-lock. It's not really any standard method of attachment. It is Benelli's proprietary way of charging you $150 for a set of Picatinny rails. I disagree with that because I am notoriously cheap. And the match saber that I got, it's a little thing that you slide a 12 gauge round into, and then when you run dry, you can pull one off of the match saber, therefore saving you the trouble of having to reach over to your other ammo sources. But it attaches through a standard attachment method, specifically through M-lock, which is a good attachment method. I have nothing bad to say about it. And apparently, there is a way to make it fit onto the handguard. It's not universal, well, actually most M-lock attachment furniture will not fit these openings. And why does it... I bought a bunch of T-nuts for M-lock, and the Allen key that comes with them doesn't fit. Like, I have other Allen keys, but I assumed that, you know, there's at least some universality to the sizing. Well, first of all, let me check if the T-nuts that I bought are any better than the ones that come stock with the match saber. Because I think we're going to need a T-nut with a little bit more reach. And the ones that come stock have more reach, so we do not need them. Their thread pitch is also different, so that's to be made aware of. All right, let me grab my Allen key set, because these don't fit. I mean, it is a plastic match saber. I could always file it into size, but I don't want to. Okay, so I need to do something about the camera being as jittery as it is. I know what I could do. I'm not going to do it now. Okay, so let's see. We need to find... what are the odds that this is in metric? Because this particular part was made by Canadians. Oscar Delta Tactical, I think, is the name of the store. Because this is a 3D printed part, basically they just 3D print stuff and they send it to you. Interestingly enough, I think most of the things they make aren't exactly legal to have. Het Miles, hello, hello, hello. Thank you. It is not my birthday. It says so on the sign. Okay, so we have the correct size Allen key. So what we are going to do is we're going to try to slide the M-lock. The smart way to do this is to probably remove the entire handguard. I don't like doing things the smart way. I want to do things the lazy way. Put the Allen keys to the side. So what we're going to do is we're going to... So let's orient this correctly. I've made sure that it sort of fits. And... now what I need to do is I need to navigate the M-lock nut. Probably better to do this one at a time. Let's take these out so that they don't spin out of place and then I don't go looking for them all over. But yes, hello and welcome. While we're doing this, I probably need to focus on what I'm doing. So, let's not shake the camera, please. Do not shake the baby. Oh Christ, am I going to have to disassemble the whole fucking thing? Probably will. Yeah, because the T... oh, no, you know what? Never mind. The T-nuts actually fit. They fit into the openings just right. So we may still be able to do this the lazy way. So let's loosely screw them on. And if all else fails, we'll just take off the handguard and do it like a normal person. Well, the normal solution would probably be to just buy a Picatinny rail adapter. For some reason, there are no Picatinny rail match savers. That's just not a thing that exists. It's either 3M double-sided Scotch tape or nothing, or M-lock. Does it fit? I'm afraid to leave an M-lock T-nut inside of that. Oh. Is it real? No, it doesn't quite fit. Okay, so, fuck it, let's disassemble the Benelli. Alright, I would wish my camera would stop sprigging out. Okay, check clear. Drop the bolt. Safe. Okay. Oh god, I wish I remembered how... I'm gonna need to go and look up the manual. Let me go get the manual, I'll be right back. Well, this just keeps getting better and better. I can't find the manual. So what we're going to do is we're going to look one up online. Okay. Out of the way. Let's see. Break that out so that it doesn't... excuse me, sir. There we go. Benelli M4 disassembly. For shotgun disassembly field strip, I think that's mine.
Hey guys.
Yep, that is my model of Benelli. So let me make sure that it's nice and visible. How should I do this? Let's keep the camera down over here. I'm gonna size it down slightly. There we go. And up. I don't know what I'm moving. Chrome. There you go. Move it over here. Okay, so let's see. Oh, hey there, Crespian. Thank you, thank you. See, you got the right idea. It's not a birthday, but still, thank you. I appreciate you coming here. We're trying to disassemble the Benelli, and I can't find my user's manual.
So we're going to do a quick disassembly on the Benelli M4.
All right.
This is the Mac Daddy of the Benelli M4 semi-automatic shotgun world, and in my opinion, it's the coolest one that I can get my hands on right now. So, anyways, I did another video talking all about this thing and another video shooting it. So, this one, let's just cut to the chase and take it apart. So, first of all, this has the commando style stock. To get this thing off, you're gonna bring it out to about here.
I don't think we need to take off the stock.
Find a spot where it's gonna rotate.
We just need to take off the handguard.
Next up, we'll just prove it clear, which it is. We'll drop that. We'll lock the bolt back.
Oh, we need to lock the bolt back.
Engaged into the barrel at all.
Fair enough.
To pop this off. Now I have a magnetic extension on here, so nothing's gonna go flying out when I just take this off. So that's your ratcheting cap. Now we can work all this stuff forward a little bit.
All right, let's work through this step by step. I need to get it in my strong hand. Switch back to OBS. Up there. No, it does ratchet out pretty easily. All right, and the handguard is coming loose. Up. There it is. I managed to drop it either way. Okay, so the handguard came loose. There it is. Okay, you need to remove the entire fucking receiver to pull off the handguard. Really? Or do you? You probably do. Right. Oh, careful. Slide out the barrel. That is a very pretty piece of machinery, if I do say so myself. Okay, so we have the handguard off. It's going to be very embarrassing if I'm not going to be able to put it back together, which I should be able to. Okay, so we have our handguard mostly loose. So we're going to hide the Chrome video here, bring up the hand cam so that it's not obstructed by the factor promo over there. Right, so let's take our match saber, loosen the nuts without losing them, preferably. It's actually amazing how little visible lube there is on the gas system. All right, now I need to just find. This is going to sit right over here. Squeeze it down. I just need to find. Do they even reach through? They do reach through. They do sort of reach through. There's like very little give there. Better do this right here. Huh. Try to do that from the side that's a little closer to us. You know what? It sort of works. Let me try to tighten it down properly. It's not going to work in the intended way that an M-lock T-nut is supposed to lock up, but I'll show you in a moment. But in its own morbid way, it sort of works. Guess that's the benefit of slightly out of spec 3D parts. All right. So we're going to retain that over here. The one that's further in is a little bit more difficult because I need to wrangle it onto the thread. Alright, let me show you what I'm doing. So, here's the handguard. We've managed to navigate one of the T-nuts into place, and the other one is just further in, so I need to... What the fuck just... Oh, that's... The fuck is that noise? Just a second. Sorry about that. We got some interference there. Up. Okay, so since we don't need the T-nut to rotate, what we're going to do is we're going to slide it. My hands are already all dirty and grimy. We're going to slide it sort of into place, and then I'm going to try to catch it onto the thread. With the nut on top over here, right? I'd like to probably rotate it slightly so that it's in line. Okay, we seem to have threads. Tighten it down. This one is tightening down significantly more than the other one. I wonder why. Oh, it just sits very snug in the handguard. You know what? I'm going to try to tighten down the previous one as well. All right, see. Since, you know, a match saber doesn't really have to resist a lot of vibrational forces. Thinking back, I may want to thread lock this. But let me show you what we've managed to do. So there we go. There's our M-lock match saber sitting on a handguard that it's not designed for. But you know what? I'd say it's pretty cool. I'd say we've managed to get it because little T-nuts, they sit in the little handguard slots. So the only thing that I might want to do is I'm going to loosen these up while still holding them down with my fingers so that they don't fall out. And I'm going to apply some thread locker. Where's my Loctite? Should be right here. Sorry, I have two desks with two. Okay, let me look for it. I think it's in the other tool. Okay, I was looking for that thing in the right location, I just didn't look in the right corner. So... what we're going to do now is, we're going to set this down. We are going to... probably shouldn't be applying thread locker directly, so I'm going to let loose a little. Oh, that's the wrong end of the toothpick. Well, never mind. I guess that's the right end of the toothpick now. We'll leave this here over the napkin. Sit it down like so. Okay, and we are going to That's how you tighten it. We need to loosen it. Fortunately, with everything pretty much in place, it's now going to be very easy to reassemble and Loctite it down. Alright, let's pull this out. And we're just going to apply a dab. We don't need to smother it in the thread locker, just a little tiny bit. As you see, we have added a tasteful little dab. It's not auto-focusing. Drop that back in. And tighten it down. We need to be mindful of not over-tightening it because these are plastic parts. Rather, the match saber is. It's 3D printed plastic parts. So, there is a... Oh, I should have probably... Okay, we're just gonna go raw. Thread locker is all over my desk. That's not great. Just gonna put a little tiny dab over here. All right, there we go. Loctite applied. This camera mount that I'm using today only arrived yesterday. So I haven't had the time to figure out what's the best way to do that. Torque plus Loctite, trust experience, not feeling. I mean, there's not really a consistent torque that you can create here. The problem is that it is a plastic part. So once I start tightening it down past a certain point, I'm just going to start damaging the part. There we go. All right, that's the way it's supposed to be. Now, we need to maneuver the handguard back onto the lower. So we're going to slide that through here very carefully. Every time I look at a reassembly video of the fucking Benelli, it's so sketchy. All right. Okay, you're not all the way in. Just a second, I'm trying to figure this out. I need to set this down vertically. These don't lock up yet. Alright, so this handguard, these are the pistons, they're not supposed to move. What is... Oh no. That can't be. Like, that's not a possibility. There's no way it's catching on the damn... Alright, let me try to loosen this up. God damn you Italian engineers. Yep, it's trying to catch on the fucking T-nuts. Well... That's okay. We're just going to be mindful of the fact that, oh, that's, I've tightened that down quite a bit. That's okay. We can figure this out. I'm going to loosen the T-nuts just enough to let the handguard slide back into its intended place. Oh, what the fuck was that? Hopefully we didn't lose a T-nut. I'm gonna have to wiggle around with my finger there to make sure. slide the barrel out. Put it back here. Slide this off. This down over here. Okay, let's see. All right, all of our T-nuts are back in place. That's fine. It's fine if it's a little loose. As long as we retain the T-nuts, we should be able to do this. So I see the sticking point. The T-nut is... The tolerances are so close that if they're protruding even slightly, it's not going to let the handguard pass. There you go. Now we have it the way it's supposed to be. We're going to tighten it down. Since this part is not supposed to move. When we assemble this all the way, we're gonna double check just to make sure that there's no unintended metal-on-metal contact. Because if there is, I'll just find a Picatinny rail adapter and call it a day. Navigate that in here. Hey there, Conqueror, how are you doing? As you can see, we are playing with guns, and that is not the intended angle that the desk is supposed to be shown at. There we go. I think I bumped the... Oh, now it's all spurging out. Just a second. There's apparently an auto orientation piece in this particular camera that I'm using today. Which is not really something I need, so I'm going to be removing that. Hey there, Notary. First rule is have fun. That's true. Second rule is never cut me off in traffic. Spin the right round? What do you mean? Alright, seems to be just about flush. A couple more twists. First time chatter. Sekuhara Sensei. Hello. That's definitely a name. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Thought you'd pop in and bump with you count. Why, thank you. I thank you. Thank you for the lurk. That's much appreciated. We're tightening down the assembly on the Benelli. I think we have it down. Okay, the handguard seems to be sitting flush, or as flush as it was before. It's gonna up. No, there's still some give on the tube there. Okay, seems to be fine. Now we need to check that there is no metal-on-metal contact. Just so happens to have a handy little... Why is this zip tied together? This is so inconvenient to use. Think, think, think. Flashlight. Nearest flashlight within reach. Come on. How is everybody doing today? Yes, Nightbot is e-begging for me, but that's an important mechanic for unlocking the rest of the evening. Alright. Okay, so... I see where the problem has originated, but the nuts are not reaching too far deep, too far into the handguard as to mess with any of the functioning. We'll just need to be mindful in the future then, when taking this down, we need to loosen the nuts on the match saver, and then we can maneuver the barrel out of the handguard and vice versa. So now, camera, behave yourself. So now we can have a match saver here. So we go bang, 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 we run dry. Up. Okay, so now we need to figure out how to use match sabers. So if we shouldered, there's a problem. This wasn't just a cleaning. I mean, I don't see a problem with that. Do I need to... So if I reach over, No, I can chamber it pretty comfortably. Yeah, I saw that one. All right, there you go. We've managed to cheap out and not buy an extra Picatinny set for the pick rail. We're gonna clean guns today eventually. That's probably gonna come up on the menu at some point once we're out of things to talk about. Or if people spin the wheel and we roll a gun cleaning stream prematurely. All right, there we go. We have our match saber. Fantastic. Let's clean this up slightly. This was a metric Allen key. I don't think I'm at a round count that would require to clean the Benelli just yet. Because I think I've run like just two boxes of buckshot through it so far. Not even buckshot. I think it's mostly clay shot. So these things are built to be very robust. I would really like the camera to not spurg out, please and thank you. Alright, let me try to fix this real quick. Just gonna try to give it a clear orientation that it understands. Extra happy camera fun time. Yeah, that seems to be the case. The thing is, it's just when it's in an intermediate position of not understanding if it's oriented up or down, I think we're good. It starts looking for like the correct way it's supposed to be looking, and it's not really finding it because it's not built to be a vertical camera. I think this is mostly fine. Maybe a little bit more over here. Okay. Yeah, more outward. Come on, you have an understood orientation. There you go. Let's rotate this. Yeah, I was not aware that this thing even has an orientation lock. That's the thing. That it has an orientation pitch, rather. Yeah, okay. Anytime I touch it, let's take... give me a moment. I will just reassemble... I'll just switch my cameras around and... Okay, I'm gonna keep talking as we do so. Let's find a video to react to, and we're just gonna use that to entertain ourselves while I switch my cameras around, because I know that my other camera shouldn't have auto orient because it's a shitty old camera. We're gonna use Chrome, Mr. Coleon Noir. Blow him up a little bit.
I came across this video on Instagram the other day, and honestly, it had me shaking my head and laughing at the irony. Check this out.
More Europeans die of summer heat than Americans die of gun violence. Here are the numbers for 2023. 46,728 deaths from gun violence. Same year, Europe has 3 times just about 175,000 people dead from summer heat. And by the way, that's because either Europeans are too poor for AC or because their governments have regulations against AC units. Yes, I'm completely serious. A lot of Europeans believe AC is not healthy for you. And, you know, maybe they're right. Maybe it's not perfectly healthy for you. But what I do know is that at least 175,000 of them have died of heat stroke. So yeah, maybe Europeans?
I think it's important to point out, is my microphone? Yes, it is. It's important to point out that AC is unhealthy. It's a health hazard if you use it incorrectly. If you don't change your filters, if you just leave it running all the time, and so on, which usually are easily avoidable things if you have an infrastructure to correctly service your AC, which you would have if you had AC in the first place.
Should start actually getting AC unit.
Now, recently I took a trip to Europe. I
Big
went to
AC,
Switzerland,
yeah, big
Amsterdam,
AC is
and
out there
Germany.
to get them.
You name it. I stayed
Brave
in beautiful
Europeans
hotels, ate
are
amazing
standing
food,
on
and
guard.
even shot guns inside of a literal mountain range. Yeah, some James Bond vibe type shit for sure. Incredible experience, I gotta say. Except for one thing. These people don't believe in central cooling anywhere. Like, none. Look, I'm from Texas, where summer comes.
See, I don't entirely believe that, because here's the thing. A lot of places across Europe have central cooling. Switzerland has central cooling, well, to the extent that they need it. It's just expensive. Like, it's legitimately like an upper class thing to have. You need to be very wealthy to have AC, because you're going to be paying out the ass for your electrical bills for running it. Where else? England, very similar. How do I pull this through? So you have AC in a lot of construction across England. The problem is, oh, I have to extend the cord a little bit. The problem is that if you try to use AC the same way that you use it in the States, what usually comes out to like $100 for your electrical bill, in Britain, if you try using your AC at the same intensity, that electrical bill is going to be an upward of $700. Not because there's any objective cost attached to it, but because, you know, for some reason they've decided that if you pay enough taxes, eventually you will make the sun less hot.
Comes in two flavors, hot and oh God, why am I melting? Central air conditioning isn't a luxury here, it's a basic life support. But in Europe, forget about it. I literally had 5-star hotels wheeling portable AC units into my room. Portable AC units. That's like trying to fight a forest fire with a squirt gun. It's cute, but completely ineffective. Yet somehow Europeans act like we Americans are reckless because we own guns. But here's the hilarious irony. More people in the European region, 53 countries, around 930 million people, die every year from heat-related causes than Americans die from gun-related incidents.
Sorry, I'm taking
The
a
WHO
moment to
reports
bolt
around
down the camera so that it
175,000
doesn't go
annual
around too much.
heat-related deaths. Meanwhile, in America, with around 330 million people, we saw approximately 47,000 gun-related deaths in 2023. Now, let's unpack those gun numbers, shall we? About 58%, that's over half, are self-deletions. Roughly 27,300. Approximately 38% are homicides.
The
and
UK has
mostly
refused
concentrated
nuclear
in
power,
inner-city
that's
gang-related
true.
violence.
And they're paying for it.
accidental gun deaths, barely 1%, around 470. You see, most of what's labeled America's gun violence epidemic isn't widespread random violence or mass shootings. It's a deeper social issue. We're talking mental health, poverty, and gang violence, primarily in inner city areas. Addressing these with focused community programs, improved education, economic opportunities, and mental health support would dramatically reduce these numbers. And accidental gun deaths, while tragic, are actually some of the easiest to fix. Seriously, a simple safety class, just public education on the issue, will fix a lot of this mess. Now, let's put the numbers side by side. So, the WHO European region, which is about 930 million people, had 175,000 heat deaths. That's 188 per million. United States has 330 million people with about 47,000 gun-related deaths, which is about 142 per million. Even after adjusting proportionally for population, Europe still has a significantly higher death rate from heat-related causes, 32% higher to be exact, than American gun-related death rates. Yet, we're the reckless ones. That's like someone riding a bicycle off of a cliff calling you dangerous for driving a car. The reality is America doesn't have a gun violence epidemic. We have specific social issues that every developed country faces: mental health struggles, economic disparities, urban crime. But instead of tackling those harder to solve problems, it's easier for some folks to target guns. Why? because blaming guns is politically convenient and it sidesteps the real work needed to fix the actual root causes. Meanwhile, Europeans could prevent thousands of deaths each year just by installing some basic AC units. Imagine dying because your government thinks air conditioning is unhealthy. That's like refusing to drink water because you're scared you'll drown. It just doesn't make sense. So next time a European tries to lecture you about our supposed gun violence epidemic, remind them that Mother Nature is roasting them alive at a much higher rate than guns are causing harm here. Maybe they should worry less about our freedoms and more about basic climate control. Priorities, Europe, priorities. Speaking of priorities, if you value your freedom, love your country, and proudly support the Second Amendment, I've got something just for you. The Defend America collection, like this hat that I'm wearing right now.
Oh, I was afraid he was going to
show
way to
push back against
again.
those who think loving America and responsibly owning firearms is somehow controversial. Whether it's the Defend American hat, shirts, or our drinkware, every item boldly features the AR-15, not just a firearm, but a statement saying, "Leave me and my family alone." You don't need to apologize for believing in freedom. Instead, wear your values proudly.
We got this mostly
Click the link in the description section of this video and gear up with the Defend America collection. Because Defend America isn't just a slogan, it's a reminder to everyone who might have forgotten exactly who they are messing with. One thing's for certain and two things are for sure.
You do need a link to the shrill Saba singing again. Oh, the AC one? Fuck it, do it. Do it. I think you should have linking permissions in chat. The UK, hopefully never again. What never again, Crespian? Do you not want the British to have access to nuclear power? That's kind of pointlessly cruel. Okay, let's retract Chrome over here. Hand cam probably needs to be rotated. Transform. You mean the wrongful shilling? No, listen, I think he's on contract with USCCA. It's just a long-term contract that he's under. So he can't really just nope out of it. Like a lot of the people who are gritting their teeth and saying, "Oh, but like my bad company." Man needs a clipper? Me? Or Coleon? I'm pretty sure Coleon has his own dedicated editor. He's a well-off man. You need to remember that he does YouTube for shits and giggles. He's like a real-life practicing lawyer. I skipped a word? Probably did. Listen, I'm trying to tard wrangle the camera over here. Give me a second. Where do I need to rotate you? Transform, rotate, 90 degrees counterclockwise. Why the fuck are you portrait oriented? Who the fuck told you to do that? Does this also have auto orient? Let me quickly look into the properties. Configure video. Brightness, zoom. Does it have any kind of auto zoom? Oh, that's way too much. Pan tilt. It's not helpful. Not helpful at all. Exposure focus. No low light compensation, please and thank you. Brightness, gain. I don't know why is it acting like that. I guess it's just the way it is. I don't need that particular perspective of it though. Like, why are you doing this, camera? Oh, I know why it's doing that. Okay, that's on me. I guess we're gonna stay with the with the suboptimal angle. Look at me complaining that a thing is doing exactly the thing that it's supposed to do. Fuck it. It works. It just works. Trust me. Let's do something. Just a second. Rotate clockwise. Just gonna overlay that over the background, like so. And we're gonna bring the chrome up over here. There you go. See? Now we can keep the Chrome over things that you don't need to see. Oh, you can't see chat that way. We're figuring this out. Just a second. Okay, we were not going to obscure chat. There you go. So we're going to have an itty-bitty Chrome window. Chat is visible. Okay, good. I skipped a word. I'm sure it was an okay word to skip. There you go. We're React streaming. There's a lot of dead space on screen. Move myself over slightly. How do I... Oh, that's because I'm holding down the wrong button. Okay. Now that we're a little more snug, and chat is mostly legible through the Iron Halo, we can move on and actually do stuff. Which? Let's actually do a little bit more React streaming, because we do have a couple of things to react to. Let's see, what were we doing? Ah, yes. So there was a whole thing happening yesterday, and I've decided that I wanted to throw my hat into that particular conversation. And as usual, I forgot that most people are at best uneducated, and at worst just are not entirely, bright out of the box. So I had to produce additional versions of my statement just to make sure that we're all on the same page. So, what has happened originally? Let's start with that one. I know it's probably not legible. Let me remove the hand cam for now. Blow up the Chrome. There you go. So, Straub had what I am sorry to characterize it that way, but that's the only way that really makes sense. Has had a woman moment yesterday. Specifically, she's had a communication with Makeship, who is like a crowdfunding plush manufacturer, from what I understand. They've shared with her that they don't want to work with her right now. So they don't want to bake her particular cake because they are going away from content that falls on the edge of your side, as they say it. We're going to get into that particular term in a moment. Given your close association with Rev, we've decided not to move forward with another campaign at this time. I understand that this is disappointing. I want to emphasize this isn't personal at all. We sincerely wish you the best in your continued growth as a creator, which is, you know what, as far as refusal emails go, that's probably the nicer one that I've read. That is probably the nicer one that I've read in quite a while. But Straub decided to write all of that. So, and before we get into her reaction, let's break down the actual wording here. So, we need to understand that, first of all, Makeship are Canadians. And that's going to color a lot of the sentiment that they express already, and a lot of their opinions. Second of all, this is written by a partnership manager in Makeship, whose primary job is to deal with, difficult creatives and sort of, personalities that tend to blow up at you. And they're usually given some kind of pre-baked set of specific terms that they need to operate in. And sometimes they're going to go outside of those lines that they are given, while trying to sort of level with the player, not with the player, with the creator, and giving them a wider context of conversations that have been happening and that have informed this particular decision. This is where the line of edgier side comes in, because it's not, you need to understand, these people are normies. They don't use edgy the same way we use edgy. They use edgy as anything that is disagreeable on the face of it. That is the way normies use that term. And the problem here is Straub, not in her content, but in her media presence overall, does technically fall under that particular umbrella. Because, first of all, she contributes to all, if not to most, if not all, of Rev's Twitter spats. And every time she tweets, he appears under her tweets, gassing them up. Every time he tweets, she appears under those tweets, gassing them up. So there's an understood, consistent interplay here with content that is centered around conflict. You know what I mean? Are you with me so far? And yeah, that's basically what they're pointing towards. They are pointing towards the fact that you are frequently featured in interactions that are seen as conflict-based and disagreeable, which is not what normies like to interact with. We need to understand that normies are risk-averse, especially corporate normies are risk-averse. So they are going to corporates are going to do this cost-benefit analysis of whether or not the potential revenues that they may bring out of working with someone who is quote-unquote edgy in their terminology versus the potential of it blowing up in their face when that particular creator goes off the wheels and, well, causes another scandal. And that's going to be tied back to them, and it is going to cause a potential loss of business going forward. So that is the logic that was basically... you don't have to agree with the logic. Generally, I don't agree with the logic. But, corpos are going to corpo. And unfortunately, when a woman is told no for the first time in her life, she's going to have, like, a multi-hundred-word reaction to it, saying that I have been blacklisted from any future campaigns, which is, by the way, not what the email said. So, first of all, she's leaking the contents of a private email. That's strike one. I have been blacklisted from any future campaigns. You were not, actually, but you are now. Simply for being associated. Yes, you are associated because you intermingle your Twitter activity very closely with Rev. I've worked on 4 makeshift campaigns since 2022, even before Rev ever worked with them. That's fair. That's also before you were more prominently featured in Rev's content, because we need to understand that Straub was sort of kept very much outside of the scope of Rev's content for a very long while, and I think that is the reason why sort of them having that compartmentalization that this is Straub's content and this is Rev's content, while they had that, like, she did not feel a lot of the blowback of Rev's core content, so to speak. And we're going to speak to Rev's content in a moment as well. They have proliferated profited greatly from our collaborations and gained new customers from our communities. So that statement in and of itself. So I know the makeshift profit margin. Don't ask me how, but I know. I know what they keep. I know what their cost basis is. I know what their standard commission is. So they make about as much money as the creator does. Realistically, I believe the standard revenue split is about 30% off of all sales, and their profit margin is also around 30%. So if they have profited greatly from those collaborations, it means that you've also profited greatly from those collaborations. Gained new customers from our communities is not exactly an honest way of coloring it, because customers come to Makeshift to buy the thing from the creator they like. They don't really have a lot of retention, and they don't really function as a standard e-commerce outfit, that needs to keep people coming back. Like, they rely on the native audience of the creator that they're hosting. They don't really have their own quote-unquote captive audience. They say it isn't personal, but how could it not feel feel? You see? So, like, we're going into operating on feelings. So again, woman is told no, world ends. Quite literally one of the least edgy... Again, so she's using the edgy in our way, the terminally online way that we use edgy, not the way normies use edgy. So there was a bit lost in translations there. Being punished for content that's not even my own. As for Rev's content, yes, it is controversial. It is not my content. Nobody told you that it's your content, but you are frequently within Rev's orbit. I don't sign off on his videos. I don't know. He seems to be pretty long-housed, at least on a lot of the statements that he makes. Don't always agree with everything he says or does. I don't think Rev acts in a way online that are hateful or edgy. No, he doesn't act in a way that is hateful. That is true. Nobody brought that up. He does act in a way that is edgy in the way that corporates term edgy. The other problem is Rev doesn't even really have any kind of original first-party content. He points at Twitter cringe and he laughs at it. And good on him for doing that. But that's not content. You should enter the drama tuber field. Nice to see a breakdown down by someone with critical reading skills. Yeah. See, but here's the thing, Conqueror. If I do that, then I become Rev's peer, and I don't want that. I don't want to be a drama tuber. The only reason I'm bringing this up is because I chimed in on this, and 90% of the people who saw that tweet did not understand what I said. Okay, let's get back into reading this. So the problem is that let's think about this for a moment. What is Rev's content? Like content. What does Rev produce? He reacts to tweets. Sometimes he reacts to YouTube videos. Sometimes he reacts to people reacting to YouTube videos. So there is really no first-party content ever being made. He's streamed on Twitch sporadically, but I don't think he does that anymore. So he doesn't even technically function as a proper VTuber. He doesn't collab with other people. He's not part of the community. All he does, he swoops in, he finds drama, he points and laughs, and he flies away to collect his ad revenue on YouTube. I'm sorry, that's not content. You're not part of what is conventionally considered to be idle slop VTubing, and VTubing is by definition idle slop, at least to a certain extent. Straub, on the other hand, she makes her own content. That's perfectly fine. We're not going to bring up the sudden shift from a certain kind of content to different kinds of content. You know what? The personal attacks are... I would like to believe that I am above personal attacks. So we're going to leave that to a different day. To the point of deserving opportunities like this to be taken away from him, from companies who have worked with us both multiple times, with very positive experiences for everyone. I think his content offers a viewpoint on many controversial topics that many people do agree with. I think it should let all voices be heard. Well, here's the thing. They're not censoring. He's not being censored. They are specifically stating that you do not fit the mold and the direction that our company wants to take from here. We've worked with you. If Makeship is telling you no, that means that on the cost-benefit evaluation of past collaborations, they don't think that it makes enough money to warrant the potential blowback. I'm sorry. It means that if those collaborations sold like that cure to AIDS, they would not turn you guys down. That is just, the bottom line is just that. And they're fine. The thing is that if we apply our lens of the way we use the term edgy, Whiskey Project is technically, on the face of it, edgy. She doesn't glow in the dark. She's a spicy gal. She's recently released a plushie of hers, and that sold like uncut crack. And nobody had an issue with that. You know why? Because Makeshift made money. She made money. She may be edgy, but she doesn't shit steer as her primary mode of content. She plays video games and talks about guns. That's all she does. She makes spicy jokes, but nobody cares because her content is not built on causing shit with other creators. Her content is not centered on being disagreeable and starting fights with people on Twitter. There you go. That is the key difference. And yes, sometimes certain types of content will have you lose opportunities. Welcome to the exclusive club of the fucking rest of us. Because I have had opportunities taken away because of the type of content I make, because of the shit that I say here. You know, like we all laugh about, I don't know, me calling China West Taiwan being all giggles and sunshine, but there's a reason why I have to be a VTuber, because if I were to say that as under my power word, I would very likely no longer be employable in my field. And even as a VTuber, because I am labeled as a political VTuber, and I'm also labeled with some bigger words occasionally, I've lost collabs. I've had people refuse to come onto the podcast. People who otherwise are fine with engaging with me, but they see me as toxic to the brand. And that's perfectly fine. They have a certain branding they want to pursue. I don't fit that mold. You don't see me posting these fucking 200-word essays on Twitch, throwing a fit over that. You can't have your cake and eat it too, being able to make bank off of taking daily screenshots of VTuber Twitter for 3 minutes means certain doors close. Yes. Well, this is about Revenstraw, by the way. Thank you for clarifying that, Conqueror. I wasn't sure who you meant. Because I make no bank off of this. I do this purely out of spite. But yeah, basically she started this. Naturally, all of VTuber Twitter proceeded to really sort of miss the forest for the trees. And so I had decided that I need to pitch in with my sort of 2 cents about this, which is, I think, a very mild response. But so how it looks like at a cursory view, right? Makeshift privately informs you of their concerns for your connections with drama. You publish the private email to start drama. I get the refusals don't feel nice, but you're making their point for them. And short of some people who actually have reading comprehension, people started screeching. She makes sure that her community gets to know what's going on. Her community has helped the company before. When they backstab like this, they deserve to get backlash. This is 100% proper reaction. The fuck are they supposed to do? Get divorced? You see how people are really missing the point entirely. So, in response to that, I had to produce a room temperature IQ friendly version. Makeshift, bad. We're gonna get into the reasons why they are bad. Flipping out and leaking emails, also bad. And it makes bad Makeshift look good. Working with a company that's not gay, good. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. And to be fair, like Rev and Straub fans are not the only ones who have spectacularly failed the reading comprehension check, because I'm just going to show you the likes under the original tweet, because oh boy. Let me see if that's visible. Yes, it is visible. Okay. Because we have pronouns in the bio, funny flags in the bio. Like all of the typical suspects who have very clearly not read into the tweet and have definitely not checked who's making the tweet. Which is very funny because, you know what, they're gassing up my discoverability, so I guess thank you. You expect me to read those words? Draw me an MS Paint chart over a black background. Best I can do is a flowchart, Conqueror. Kirsha never worked with them because she hated their plush quality. I'm going to word this very, very carefully. I have seen Makeshift plushies up close. Makeshift plushies are going to be as good of a quality as you instruct them to make. They can make very high quality things, and I have seen the high quality things that they make. I will not point towards the high quality things they've made, but they can do that. You can take my word for it. You know, for as much as that's worth. You see, now here's the thing. Kersha would be an edge case, actually, because on the one hand, Kersha is definitely on the spicier side, and she does predominantly cover news as opposed to sort of standard VTuber fare. But I think that Kersha might still be in scope for Makeshift to work with, because her content is not shit-flinging with other people. Outside of that one regrettable incident with anal violence. But that's not a human, so that's the different case entirely. So yeah, all I can say to that is, read, motherfucker, read. All right, so I guess we can move on to our next hand cam segment. Let's see if we can have anything oh no, never mind. We want to touch upon something else as well. So, remember how we mentioned that Makeshift bad? We're going to double down on that for a moment. We're going to zero in on it a little bit. So, we're going to read through this. I'm going to disagree with some points and agree with others. Pretty sure this is why Makeshift is doing what they did. They gave $30K to the Trevor Project, which is a horrifically bad foundation, by the way. Which is aimed at children, including trans kids, which Rev directly opposes. So they're ideology-driven and don't want to support anyone who has a personal disagreement with things like this. So, giving money to the Trevor Project, bad. That's why I agree that Makeshift bad. However, I don't think there's a direct connection between the two. Because this is basically an outdated way of exercising what's referred to as CSR. CSR is corporate social responsibility, also known as the HR hags directing company money into the globo homo causes that they find to be good and compassionate. Is it a good thing to engage in? Absolutely not. Fortunately, the charitable donations that those companies make, mostly for the purposes of tax write-offs, don't really inform any of the actual business logic. You just remember something bad about the Trevor Project in the past, you don't remember what. You could also be another company. I mean, a charity that's named after, if I recall correctly, a 10-year-old drag queen. I feel like that's bad enough on the face of it. That has fucking a satanic feel to it. This reeks of a fucking Baal worshipping ceremony. I am sorry. There's definitely human flesh being consumed in one of the basements of that particular foundation. So no, allegedly the Trevor was from an HBO movie about a minor, a gay minor, aka abuse victim. I think it was about a very real life minor who was participating in drag shows, which is very, very, I'm trying to not glow here, but I don't think that's at all appropriate. I think drag shows, which are basically just striptease for gay men, are not appropriate. Oh, that's not Desmond. Okay, that's another thing. Oh, that's true. Okay, so see, I think when we have more than one child who's been inculcated into degenerate activity, I think we're at a point where we're kind of running out of political solutions here. Yes, we should not have to search a database for names. Exactly. That's I agree with that entirely. So, is Makeshift a great upstanding company? Absolutely not. They've donated money to things that really don't need any kind of direct support. They are also Canadian, so we need to be aware that they exist in a very, very thoroughly long-housed environment. Like, don't let based chads like Scab fool you. He is the outlier. He is just unbroken by Cubanida. Because at heart, he is American, and he deserves to marry a nice southern girl and move to Texas. The rest of them? Gee, I really don't know. I don't think we can save most of them. Right. So... let's see. What else did we want to look at? Oh, we are going to look at something that's topical for today, actually. So this is a video by someone who has gone to Japan multiple times like myself, and I disagree with a lot of the takeaways and things that he has said. So, not because they're inherently wrong, I just think that, you know, some things that he shares are not entirely optimal for, you know, the best way to enjoy Japan. But let's see what the man has to say, and then we're going to move on into my breakdown of how to do that best. Or do we want to do the tack build breakdown first? Let's watch.
Every time I go to Japan, I come back with regrets. Today, I'm going to share with
That's a very sad way to approach life, my guy. What do you mean every time?
you my Japan experiences so that you can learn from them and avoid making these mistakes. Let's dive into the things I wish I knew before going to Japan.
The next station is Tokyo.
Cheesy intro roll. I don't know why people do
Hey
that.
guys, Wong here, and today we are going to talk about the things I wish I knew before I went to Japan.
Oh, before he gets into it, let me run a quick reminder for everyone. So, the throne, the place that none of you ever visit, but my throne, has a SKU that's a gift that's directly created for today's event. It's not Birthday Boy's tipping jar. The way that is going to function is, for the first donation that we receive towards that particular SKU, we're going to spin the wheel and we're going to unlock one of the paywalled activities for today and tomorrow's stream. Next time, we're going to need to buy two cards inside of the Birthday Boy tipping jar, not Birthday Boy tipping jar. And then we're going to spin again, and the next one is going to be 3 cards, and so on. We only have 4 things on the wheel, so we should run out fairly fast. But that is the way that is going to be actioned. So if you put ! socials, you're going to pull up the throne, and it's going to be right there, and we're going to receive a notification if one has dropped. You've learned if you eat while walking, you will be executed by the samurai. Something like that, Konkuro. There are a lot of caveats there. There's a certain way of walking and eating that will actually get you inducted into the Takeda clan.
Basically, the things I regret most. Some of these may be more obvious, while some of these
How's the
you can
audio?
only really know from experiencing it. So, without further ado, let's dive into it. Let's start off with something I did not.
Can I just entirely sideline this conversation for a tangent? Can we stop wearing that style of like popped up, extremely tall snap caps? It looks ridiculous. On grown men, it looks ridiculous. I can see how it's appropriate for drill rappers, but not grown-ass men with jobs.
Not see coming, and this really confused me at first. Vending machines. So they are everywhere in Japan, and it's actually fairly convenient. It's said that there is around 1 vending machine for every 23 people in the country. The estimate is around 4 to 5.5 million vending machines. Typically, you can buy drinks and water in these vending machines everywhere, but there are special ones too, which I'll talk about in a second. But the reason why I mention this is because there are restaurants where you order food from the vending machine.
Well, okay, so let's separate the two, because the ticket machines and the vending machines are two very different things. I wouldn't even list them under the same category. They are similar only to the extent that it's a machine that you interact with by inserting money and getting out of it, but that's where the similarities end. The ticketing machine in the restaurant is built basically as part of just a very streamlined and very efficient way of a fast food restaurant working. It's not materially different from the ordering kiosk at McDonald's. It's just that some of them are going to be lower tech because Japan has figured out ordering kiosks a good 30 years before us.
machines. Or rather, you order the meal and you get a paper ticket with your food item on it, and then you take that inside where they give you your meal. This is quite efficient, but it did take some time for me to figure out and understand how it all worked. This prevents people from sitting inside the restaurant, staring at the menu for an endless amount of time trying to figure out what they want. Basically, when you go in, you have what you want already because you ordered it at the vending machine. For restaurants that you don't pay up front at, you will typically walk up to the front to pay, and you don't wait for the wait staff to come and give you the check and take your card like you do in the United States, for example. Vending machines are abundant in Japan, and you will often find rows of them seemingly down every single street. In addition to buying water, juice, and the typical cold drinks, there are also many hot drinks that they serve, like coffee, green tea, milk tea, amongst other things.
So hot drinks are season specific usually. I believe they start rolling those out in about, I'm gonna say late September, October-ish, is where you would start seeing hot drinks appear. Some machines have them year-round, but that's more of an oddity. Some of them will have warm food. For example, you can have, you'll sometimes find machines that sell warm canned zenzai. Very cool, very exotic, definitely an exception to the rule. If you're in Japan in like peak summer, usually if you want a warm drink, you'll have to go to a konbini.
Great for both the summer and the winter to have options on hot or cold drinks. However, you can also get more unique and even bizarre things, from bananas in Shibuya Station, apple slices in Ginza Station, ramen and food vending machines, to the more bizarre snacks like crickets and other bugs. There's really a lot
I think I've seen a steak vending machine. I believe I've even posted it on my Twitter at some point.
out there. I found some that were serving steaks.
There it is.
Possibly even Wagyu? Not entirely sure, but you can really find anything in
Yes, it says Wagyu gotcha. So you don't even know what you're getting. Let me see. So this is salmon roe. This is Gokujo Wagyu gotcha. So this is not just Wagyu gotcha. This is like high class Wagyu gotcha. And you pay 3,000 yen and you're going to get a random cut of said Wagyu. That is pretty cool, I have to say.
even Wagyu? Not entirely sure, but you can really find anything in a vending machine in Japan. This does mean that you don't need to bring an abundance of water when you go out for the day, because you can get water or drinks from almost anywhere from these vending machines. You can also pick up snacks and things from the vending machines, but
There's a certain way to maneuver that. I'll get more into that when we go over breaking down my Japan EDC, because I've staged all of my bags there. We're gonna look at that.
I wouldn't rely on those, as these kinds of machines aren't as abundant. Vending machines in Japan typically all take coins and cash, with the newer ones taking the IC cards, like the Suica card, which can make it convenient to use since you will most likely have one already for using on the trains. But it doesn't hurt to have coins and cash on you as well.
I actually prefer to use cash. It's very, how should I put this? I feel very at home at a society that still predominantly uses cash. It has that feeling that you don't have the feds looking over your shoulder for every transaction you make.
So the regret with these vending machines is, one, not fully understanding them like the restaurants that I got.
Sadly, you can't do these in high trust society. Sadly, you can't do this in low trust societies. Yeah, that's very true, and that's why I recently started seeing sites of vandalized vending machines, completely unrelated to the recent spike in foreign populations in Japan, I'm sure.
ramen at, for example, which took us quite a while and some explanation
Yes,
from the
cash is
staff
liberating.
to be able to figure all of this out when I first went. And also carrying too much water around when I could have bought water and saved myself the back pain. Next off, my second biggest thing that
I'm sorry, I'm gonna point and laugh at that. Back pain from carrying water? My guy, are you for real? Have you tried just having, you know, like the upper body strength of an adult man?
I regretted most from my very first trip to Japan was wearing normal sneakers. This is a terribly grainy photo of the sneakers that I wore the very first time I was in Japan. These are the Fila Simulate 3 running shoes. It's a fine shoe and I had no issues wearing them around day to day.
It's like bitching about the weight of a 1911 on your hip. I know,
So
right?
this last time I went, I bought a pair of shoes specifically for this trip. I got a pair of On shoes, specifically the On Cloud Surfer shoes, which someone actually...
I'm gonna stop him right there and say that I don't want to be mean, but bro, you sound so bitch man. My feeties hurt because I didn't wear sneakers that were expensive enough. I'm pretty sure that my it has to be like the first 5 trips that I took to Japan, I may have actually worn the exact same pair of really basic Asics running shoes and or flip-flops. And it was fine. Like, the only time I've ever had any issue with the shoes that I wore in Japan is when I went to Tokyo Game Show wearing my Zero Drop shoes. And basically I was running around the show floor for like the better part of 4 hours nonstop. And the show floor is like hard concrete. There's nothing reciprocating there. So I gave myself tendinitis, which was yucky and it hurt a little bit, but like that was a very, very extreme edge case. And in most cases in Japan, you're not going to be on your feet for 5 hours at a time running on a hard concrete floor. That's just not really something that's going to happen throughout a normal experience of Japan.
Noticed in one of my videos, which I thought was kind of impressive. I didn't know much about On shoes till I got these, but when I did, they felt super comfortable, and man, this was a game changer. I didn't know shoes could be this comfortable. In Japan, we walked an average of around 20 to 30,000 steps per day on our trip, and I will say that the number of steps you take per day may vary, with more relaxed travelers taking less and more ambitious travelers taking more. But one thing is for sure, you will take a lot of steps. So get your step counters ready. In the major cities in Japan, you can walk everywhere easily, especially the hyper efficient train systems in Japan make getting around the
This is why you hate malls reflexively, childhood of being hauled around by women doing effectively nothing but hurting your feet. Yes, it's kind of real.
City all that much more easy. All that being said, after my first Japan trip, I learned my lesson. Get comfortable shoes. As far as popular shoe brands for walking and comfort, the On shoes, Asics, Hoka's are amongst the most popular recommended brands for everyday walking and comfort. We're not talking about the stylish shoes like the Onitsuka Tiger brand, which is a Japanese shoe brand. And
I think it's a fine brand. Like, here's the thing. I only had to buy dedicated walking shoes during my last trip in Japan because I gave myself tendinitis and it hurt to walk. Like, I was in physical pain after any time I had to stand up for like more than 30 minutes at a time. So I had to go and buy myself like a pair of cushioned shoes that would give me a little bit of support, but that's like after I've badly wrecked my feet. I think if you start with just, you know, any kind of normal baseline shoe, you should be fine.
And is everywhere in Japan, but that's more of a fashion thing. Go check out different shoes and find something that is comfortable for your feet, because trust me, once you get to Japan, you start walking, it will be all worth it.
For the vast majority of like my time spent in Japan, I'm pretty sure I've been wearing flip-flops, and not even fancy any kind of anatomical flip-flops, just basic bitch I don't know, fucking reef flip-flops. I think this has a lot to do with the fact that he probably... Archdemon, hello. We're having ourselves a bit of an event here. We're not sure what kind of event it is. We've just affixed a match saber to a Benelli, even though it's not supposed to fit there, but we figured it out. What are we talking about? So right now we're talking about going to Japan wrong, and then I'm going to break out my my Japan EDC, and I'm going to educate y'all about going to Japan right. So the thing that I think is causing a lot of emphasis for this particular guy in terms of shoes, and why like he tends to get hurt if he's not wearing sort of walking specific shoes, is he is walking wrong, basically, as a lot of people do, actually. So because of cushioned shoe soles, because of running shoes, we've been conditioned to heel strike as we walk, meaning that you hyperextend the knee and you impact the ground with your heel. Hello again, sort of a demon. Which is not an anatomically correct way to walk. It's a way of walking that is informed by having a big cushioned heel that forces your foot to roll, as opposed to having it roll naturally. Sorry, I'm tightening down the Benelli because I think I saw a bit of give between the handguard there and it's annoying me. Normally, you would walk with more emphasis on the balls of your feet, pushing off of your hind leg and then landing onto a semi-flexed leg as opposed to a hyperextended one. That is more anatomically correct. You will accumulate less damage to your soft tissue as you walk, and you will be less reliant on specialty shoes to enable you to walk without hurting yourself.
People have commented about getting shoes that are either waterproof or bringing a backup pair of shoes in case yours get wet or if it is too sweaty in the summer, especially if you don't wear sizes that are easily accessible in Japan. Mainly if you have larger feet, I
mean, I wear size 11 and I've never had issues finding most types of shoes. Like, the only shoes that I really struggle with in Japan is Geta and that's about it. Yeah, because most places cut Geta directly scaled, so the ones that are sized for me are too wide, so I need to have mine specialty made or just bought from a more expensive place.
May be worth bringing a second pair. Wet shoes are no fun, and I did have a moment in Canada at Niagara Falls where my sneakers got drenched and, well, I had to dry them. But in short, get good sneakers. It's going to be worth it. Moving on to the third item on this list.
I think this is a nothing burger. Again, I've climbed Mount Atago in flip-flops and I was fine.
Which was actually probably one of my biggest regrets on my list for things I did not know before going to Japan, is that Japan has mosquitoes. So what? Well, their mosquitoes are no joke. They are aggressive, and when I first went to Japan, I didn't use any insect repellent and wore shorts.
I don't know if I've ever seen mosquitoes in Japan, because usually I go between Golden Week and like the end of summer, and I've not once seen a mosquito in Japan. They're definitely not present in Tokyo because there's not really standing water for them to breed in, so you would have to go out further into the countryside to find them. If you're mountaineering, yeah, sure, like bring insect repellent. I don't feel like that's a Japan-specific tip.
In the summer, and man, those mosquitoes hit quick. Not only did I get like 5 mosquito bites instantly, but they reacted a lot and they got like huge. And I'm not going to go into all the details on this one, but I think it's pretty straightforward. Beware of mosquitoes and use insect repellent. Typically, mosquito season is between March through November, but it kind of depends on the region of Japan that you're in. When I first went, it was in July, and man, they were out in full force. My latest trip was in December, and even in the rural areas of Kyoto, we did not have any issues with mosquitoes, though it also might be that they couldn't penetrate the unbreakable layers that I was wearing, mainly my winter parka. Some tips for avoiding mosquitoes aside from the repellent is to wear light colored clothing, as they are typically attracted to darker colors. If you are planning on buying mosquito repellent, you can get it at convenience stores like Family Mart, Lawson, and 7-Eleven, which can be found all over Japan, or by visiting a drugstore. For me personally, I hate mosquito bites and they ruin whatever trip I'm on. So for me, having all those mosquito bites in Japan just made the whole experience extremely unpleasant. On to number 4. And this is bringing the right size day bag for your adventure. The first time I went out to Japan, I didn't bring any sort of bag around with me. Didn't think I need it. That was a mistake. Japanese stores do charge for bags, so it does help to have a place to hold the things that you buy. On my latest trip, I brought a few bags with me, and
I'm gonna caveat this. I agree with having a day bag for very different reasons. I don't believe I've ever been charged for a bag, at least in the places where I shop. But shopping isn't really the predominant reason for bringing a bag. Bringing a day bag, lets you have your necessities on you. And we're going to go through a couple of the bags that I've used over the years. Basically, your shopping isn't going to even reasonably fit into a reasonable sized day bag. So you're better off just leaving your shopping onto a dedicated day, or leaving it for the evening where you plan to go back to your hotel to drop things off. So it's mostly about just logistics planning.
Here's what I learned. First off, I had this Peak Design Everyday Sling, and this is the 6-liter version. It typically held my camera, an additional lens, a battery pack, and usually a smaller snack or something like that. It was convenient, and I do like how fairly compact it is, and it didn't get in the way, especially because in Japan there's a lot of very narrow alleyways or crowded spaces, so having a large bulky bag could be kind of a nuisance. But this definitely wasn't bad. However, the downsides of a small sling like this is that it is quite small. I couldn't really fit any larger items in here or any purchases that I made.
Small things are small.
And this is a big one. My shoulders were dying a few days into the trip. It was so bad that I was switching the shoulder that my bag was on like every 20 minutes or so because it was just really tiring spending.
I'm starting to feel a theme here, and the theme is that, my guy, you need to hit the gym. Well, for one, okay, single-sided sling bags are not great for your posture. Like, they are going to accumulate unbalanced stress. It doesn't feel nice. It's not my birthday in Fret, but still thank you. Hello. How are you doing? But single-sided bags are not a great solution for any scenario where you plan to spend a lot of time on your feet and moving around. Watch the stream title. It specifically says not a birthday. Tiny things are tiny. Who knew? Yes. Asymmetrical things are also asymmetrical. More on that in News at 11. Happy not birthday. Yes, thank you. See, it says so in the title. It is not my birthday. So the lore behind the name of not birthday is I'm not disclosing my birthday for just very straightforward OPSEC reasons. But I think I'm entitled to celebrate a birthday at least once in the 3 years that I've been streaming.
The entire day wearing this bag on one shoulder. Halfway through the trip, I switched to using a backpack, and that helped a bit, though at that point my shoulders were already destroyed for the rest of the trip. Someone in my group was also using a shoulder bag and had the same experience. So personally, unless you keep your bag really light, honestly, I wouldn't recommend a shoulder sling.
My man
then
needs
I
to hit the
switched to
gym.
the Nomadic Peter McKinnon Camera Cube Pack, which is kind of nifty because it folds into this small thing and then opens up and becomes a backpack. This is a 21-liter bag, which is substantially more than...
I don't like it, and the main reason is it has no structure. A bag with no structure is really not as convenient as you think. It's going to become a mess. It's difficult to look for stuff inside, and it's just generally not a dandy time.
And the 6-liter sling, and it did help me carry both my personal items like my camera and things, as well as all additional things that I bought for the most part. And this also eased a lot of stress on my individual shoulders, though I will say that the straps on this camera bag are still pretty flimsy and not extremely comfortable. I did also have the Nomadic Peter McKinnon 25-liter camera pack with me, but this was mainly acting as a suitcase, so I had a lot of things in it, and I did not use this bag to carry stuff around day to day, though it probably would have been better because these straps are actually padded and it's like a real backpack as opposed to the other bags. Plus that one's a little bulkier and probably would have been better.
So I'd say that is a reasonable sized day pack. I prefer mine to be a little larger because we're gonna go through like the things that I like to keep in that backpack and what I would normally use it for. But yeah, it's a reasonable sized backpack, and I think he would have been better off using this as a day bag.
Because these straps are actually padded and it's like a real backpack as opposed to the other bags. Plus that one's a little bulkier and I wanted to travel lighter. Packing lighter also helps, like using smaller suitcases, because getting around the city with luggage is not easy.
Don't.
It can be quite a burden.
Okay, let's break this down. Moving around with luggage around the city is something that you should minimize. Abso-fucking-lutely. For two main reasons. It's generally fine if you just have one suitcase. So for example, when I fly into Japan, I have one piece of luggage and one backpack, and it's an amount that I can comfortably manage, especially if I stay on the parts of public transport that are built for people with luggage. So that's for example, the Haneda Airport monorail, which is like a thing that is built for people going to and from the airport. So there's an expectation of having luggage that's large. But from that point onward, if you're gonna go into the underground, you are realistically capped at just one suitcase, and you need to be very mindful of how you manage your presence in the subway. First of all, if it's heavy, again, tough shit, go to the gym. But you need to be mindful of not creating issues for the people around you. That is a very, very important point to be. The Japanese way of wording this is meiwaku o kakenai yoni, which is basically not creating trouble for the people around you. And that is just a consistent theme, observing which will make your stay in Japan significantly better, and it will prevent you from standing out like a sore thumb and being clocked in as an idiot tourist.
Pulling around a suitcase through the train station with its many stairs and through the city, you also do need a special seat on the Shinkansen or the bullet train, for example, if your suitcase is too big. And I go into this, and
so it's not a special seat. Let's break this down as well. Whenever you're buying a bullet train ticket, you will go up to the counter. I usually like going through the counter just because I like talking to people, and I will indicate that I have luggage with me. Nimotsu o motte orimasu. And they don't give you any additional charge. You can just reserve a spot where you are supposed to leave your luggage and lock it up. And you'll just be given like a luggage placement number that's attached to your seat. You're going to be given 2 tickets. You don't really have to pay for the luggage one. It comes free with the seat. And then you wheel your bags into that spot and you lock them up, and there you go. There's usually like a little padlock that's attached to those things. I prefer to throw a security cord on as well, because a lot of the security levers that come stock there, they rely on using an IC card. I've never had an IC card, so I just use the security cord.
Plenty more other things in my Japan packing video, so go ahead and check that out. So my personal recommendation after traveling with several types of different bags is, one, definitely have a bag with you as you travel around day to day, but I would avoid the sling. And that's just my take on it. Moving on to number 5. One of the reasons that you will want a bag with you is because finding a trash can is impossible in Japan.
Yes.
Okay, it's not impossible, but you have to know where to look.
I love writing by hand. It's how I do my best thinking. That's why
The thing I regret was not understanding this. So we actually ended up bringing a small plastic bag with us and putting all of our trash in for the day and carrying that around with us for a while until we actually could figure out where the trash cans were. And that led us to carrying a lot of extra trash or dirty food items that we didn't necessarily need to bring around. Trash cans aren't all over the place like in nearly every other city in the world. Yet in Japan, the streets remain cleaner than nearly everywhere else. How? Well, they don't flood the streets with overflowing trash cans.
Well, for one, they don't litter. That's one thing. And there's not an expectation of there being trash cans in the street, because trash cans in and of themselves are actually very good at radiating trash all over themselves.
You can find trash cans inside places like malls, train stations, and convenience stores. If you get a bottle of water from a vending machine like we discussed earlier, then if you're carrying it around, you'll have to hold on to it till you finish and can find a trash can. But nearby the vending machines themselves, there will be an area to recycle those cans. So one thing that is frowned upon in Japan is walking and eating. If you purchase food from a food stall, for example, you are expected to stand near the stall and eat the food, and once you are done, you hand the trash items to the stall worker. And
There is a caveat there. It depends on the crowding in a particular place. If standing in front of the stall is going to create a crowd, or you're holding up the queue, or just, generally being impeding foot traffic, then you're supposed to move out of the way. But what you can do is you gather your food items and you move to a third location where you can sit down. For example, a park bench. That's what I would usually do for my breakfast, because if I'm in a hotel that doesn't serve breakfast, or it's like very, very early in the morning before breakfast actually starts, because whenever I go to Japan, usually my jet lag works out in a way where I wake up at like 5 to 6 a.m. So I'll go out taking pictures in the morning sun, but then I'll swing by a konbini and I'll buy some rice balls, I'll buy some sweet treats, I'll buy some tea, I'll throw that into my bag, and I'll find like a spot in a local park or a park bench, or something where I can sit down, and I will eat my food there. I'll collect my trash into the bag that I came with, and then I'll leave. Which is actually it's a great way to kick off a morning. You can do a little bit of writing, or you can sit down and read a book. It's very nice.
They will toss it for you. You aren't supposed to walk away with it or walk around while eating. That's considered rude.
So they'll not pick it up for you, but they can take it off you, because they will have some kind of appropriate garbage collection that's appropriate for the containers that they use.
And so when I first went, I figured that out to some degree, where I would get the food and I would stand in front of the stall and eat and not walk. But then I didn't know what to do with the containers that the food came in, so that's where I would toss it in my plastic bag and just keep it around with me all day until I found a trash can to dump it all out. And basically I carried around a lot of trash that I didn't need to. So don't do that, and hand the trash items back to the stall worker and they'll take it for you. Now at number 6, Japan is known for its transportation, like its world-class and extremely punctual trains. And I got into the mentality that we have to use the trains, because why not? And so when we were there making our way from Tokyo to Kyoto, we took our bags and we made our way through the train system onto the bullet train, and then we walked from Kyoto Station to our ryokan, or the traditional Japanese inn that we were staying at, because it was a 20-minute walk and wasn't along any train line or anything like that. So we just ended up walking. How hard could it be? Carrying our luggage and walking through the streets for 20 minutes felt like an eternity, and it was rough. The thing I regret was not taking a taxi. While taxis are generally much more expensive than buses or
Okay, I'm starting to sense a theme here. I didn't finish watching this entire video. I sort of peeked into it and then I tossed it into the media share file. Please, Oni Dojo, I implore you, Do not be this man. Do not be a do you even lift. You have to have a baseline level of fitness. Carrying a suitcase for 20 minutes, especially when on wheels, is not difficult. It is not hard. There is nothing special about that. It's okay. But I mean, you have to have at least a baseline level of physical fitness. Please be able to run a mile in 10 minutes. Please work up to being able to bench press at least your body weight for 10 reps. These are not very hard to reach fitness benchmarks. But I implore you, if you have questions about working out or structuring your diet, please post those questions in the marshmallows, in the chat, or DM me on Discord. I will gladly help you, but please do not be this man. Do not complain about having to carry, or rather to drag around, a piece of luggage on wheels for 20 minutes and it being excruciatingly difficult.
Trains in Japan, it is 100% not worth trying to save a bit of money and walking to our ryokan. I'll admit, at first I was a bit nervous taking a taxi, but had I known a bit earlier about the Go...
I mean, the taxis are great, even before the Go taxis, actually. I kind of dislike the Go taxis because they make it too easy for people who don't speak Japanese to get taxis. But it's fine, it's whatever. They're actually connected to Ubers. You don't need to use Taxi Go. You can just download the Uber app and you can just call an Uber normally, because only licensed taxis have a right to operate transportation in Japan. So you're essentially always calling like a regular taxi. You're just doing it off of your phone.
App, it would have saved me so much time and the pain of having to carry everything through the narrow streets. The Go app is like Uber or Lyft or any other ride share service, but it is the main one in Japan.
You can just use
convenient. Extremely easy to use, and I would totally recommend it. I actually had amazing experiences with my Go taxi rides compared to when I took the regular taxis in Japan, but I go much more into depth into this in my other Japan guides, so go ahead and check those out as well. Number 7 on my list.
The people on the Go app are more likely to speak English, to which I say you should be able to speak Japanese, at least to a very, very baseline level when you're going to Japan. Did I manage to crack my goddamn... Oh no, never mind. Sorry, I'm just distracted by my match saver. You know, let me actually show you. I was just... Okay, hopefully not plop it onto my keyboard or cause anything to fall over, but basically there's just an itty-bitty scratch here, and I think that's just a printing fault, or the dummy round that I've forced through this has forced it to materialize. 3D printed parts, man. I just need to get my own 3D printer and make one.
Of regrets, speaking of going from Tokyo to Kyoto, is not spending more time in Kyoto.
That's
one
valid.
of my most recent trips to Japan, I spent...
Okay, so here's the thing. Tokyo is basically like... Tokyo is great. Tokyo is a big, modern city. It's literally living in the next century, or rather, it exists in a superposition between the 13th century and the 22nd. It's a whole entire tangent, but regardless, everything you can do in Tokyo, short of looking for very specific landmarks, you can do in any other large urban city in Japan. There is no reason to spend more than 3 days in Tokyo, especially if this is not your first visit to Tokyo. There's really not that much to do. So unless you're, for example, trying to get into Kokugikan to watch the summer basho, there's really no reason to go, or to stay for an extended period of time. I have to stay in Tokyo for at least 3 days every time I go, because I have my tea ceremony stuff, because I need to go and at the very least sort of make my greetings, make my ayasatsu, and I have certain responsibilities with the Society for the Preservation of Swordsmithing. So I need to go and I need to do those handshakes whenever I'm in town, as part of my obligations. You as a tourist do not have to stick around Tokyo. And by not sticking around in Tokyo, you're saving a lot of money and a lot of time. Because if you go to any other city, you can do all of the same things you'll pay half as much for hotels, and you will spend half as much time traveling from point A to point B. Because Tokyo is a gigantic fucking city. It is arguably the largest single unit metropolitan area. So getting from point A, for example, you're staying in Asakusa, and you want to go to, say, I don't know, to Shinagawa or to Sugamo, you're going to spend an hour of time just getting there, which is, you know, an hour of time that you could have spent doing something else.
A day and a half in Kyoto, and while we did an insane amount of things and saw most of the major must-see spots, there still were plenty more things to do in Kyoto that I would have loved to have experienced. I have a guide on how to do Kyoto in a day, and if you are short on time, you still can experience all the major things in Kyoto in a day.
No.
But again, my regret here is not spending more time here. One of the areas...
Okay, do not attempt to do Kyoto in a day. This is, by the way, Kawaramachi Sanjo, excuse me. This is a big shopping mall. The area has gotten tourist gentrified, for lack of a better term. Like a lot of the real businesses have been forced out by tourist slop. The food has gotten worse because they cater to the lowest common denominator. I'm very upset about this particular area really dilapidating and decaying to cater to, honestly, people who don't understand anything better than slop. I'm very upset about that.
So I would have...
But don't... So Kyoto deserves a week of your time. Like, it's much more advisable to cut down on your Tokyo time and just go to Kyoto and spend a week there at least.
Love to explore more are the streets right in front of the Kiyomizu-dera area in front of Kyoto. The streets here are breathtakingly beautiful, and it is...
So, yes and no. The problem with the little shopping alleys in front of Kiyomizu-dera, not Kiyomizu-dera, Kiyomizu-dera, pure water. The thing is, those streets are only nice to navigate in like the early hours of the morning. So if you only want the sights, it's going to be like 7, 8, 9 a.m. If you want the shopping, it's going to be 10, 11 at the latest. Because after that, it becomes just absolutely lousy with the lowest quality tourists that you can imagine. It is literally imagine the smell territory, and I'm not going to name any specific areas, but you know what I'm talking about.
It's a cultural experience that is unlike anything in Tokyo. Don't get me wrong, Tokyo is awesome, and I love the city vibe, and it's still an amazing experience that is unlike any other city in the world. But...
except every other large urban city in Japan, but okay.
Kyoto is where you can really experience Japanese culture and history, and that
he's showing slop. I'm sorry. The stores he's showing are tourist slop.
Makes it totally worth the visit. And I wish I had spent more time.
The juzu they sell at that particular store are marked up like 3 times because it's for tourists.
Here, exploring all of that. The shopping streets right outside of Kiyomizu-dera are some of the most photographed and iconic spots in not only Kyoto, but in Japan. So from a cultural experience perspective, you don't want to miss out on that. One thing that I specifically wanted to do in Kyoto, but did not have the time and regret not doing, is renting a kimono. But again, no time. So that was one of the...
So that's a bad take. That's actually a very bad take. So, kimono rentals. Absolutely not. First, it's rental clothing. Yucky. Second of all, the kimonos they have in stock are made for the sensibilities of people who don't know any better. I've seen plenty of people wearing rental kimonos, and I can tell those are rental kimonos because they are gaudy and disgusting, and, well, disgusting in the sense that they are not they're not color matched correctly. They are bright. They stick out like a sore thumb. They're usually made of low quality materials, if you really want to experience kimono, like proper kimono, and as a guy, it's a lot cheaper to do, by the way. Male pattern kimono are significantly cheaper because we require less layers, fewer layers actually, and we're not as particular, and we, like, the male pattern ones use less fabric. What I would suggest is buying a kimono. Understand that you will spend an upward of, depending on what you want, what we term as kimono, because there is fudangi. Basically, there's like the everyday wear appropriate kimono. Fuck it. You know what? Let's turn this into a lecture. Fuck it. Let's give me a second. I'll bring out the wares. I'll be right back. Okay, so let's, while we're on this topic, let's tangent a little bit, shall we? I could probably just remove the chrome level all entirely. Whew, so, we're gonna focus on the male pattern stuff because I don't feel like taking stuff out of Oni wife's wardrobe. And it's kind of fucking odd to show my wife's clothes on stream. But okay, so, kimono. There is a wide range. Most commonly, you will encounter something like this. You'll have there's a bit of a pattern going on here, but this is your basic sort of cotton. This is a yukata. So, like, very, very basic bitch, flowing. This still has the full flowing size sleeve. This essentially, it's a bathrobe for all intents and purposes. And for most cases, when you're going to be wearing kimono, this is sufficient. A basic cotton yukata is not going to cost you a lot of money, just because, well, it doesn't. I think I got this for like 5,000 yen. I don't know. I bought this like 10 years ago, so I don't remember anymore. And for most cases, when you're going to be wearing kimono, taking that and pairing that with like a basic cotton belt, a cotton obi, a sash belt, is going to be enough. Showing women's clothing would be rather strange. It's not even clothing. Like, she has a very ornate, embroidered kimono belt, which would be good for demonstration, but I don't feel like chasing her and asking where it is. But this is a basic bitch, sort of male pattern kaku obi. I use this for my eye practice and for my tea ceremony because it's basic, it's pattern appropriate, and it gets the job done. And as a man, you can get away with using these sort of baseline items to complete an outfit, and it's still going to look nice and tidy. So realistically, you're looking at spending less than $100 for what is essentially a kimono. If you want to be a little bit extra, sort of have something of a nicer material, you can go for linen or wool, or for silk. So you can either have that custom made, or you can go to one of the vintage shops that sells those, because vintage shops in Japan are a great place where you could potentially snipe a pretty good deal on a lot of kimono items as a man. So your other option is going for something like a samue or a jinbei. So it's like your everyday wear. Jinbei rather is like your summer wear kimono. It's not formal. It's fine for going to a festival or whatnot. You can tell them apart by the perforated sleeve over here. And this one is made of, I'm going to say, a cotton polyester blend, but it's like a very fine. Is it a cotton? Just a second. Probably doesn't have its label anymore. But this is a very fine cotton. It's a little stretchy, so I'm going to assume it has at least like 10% polyester. And this cost me about 12,000 yen, which is just under $100. Which again, it's still technically kimono. It's just not the ornate style of kimono. And realistically, you just need to go off of the use case that you're trying to pursue there. It's nice for wearing in the home. I wear it to the office occasionally when I feel like it. And it's very easy to spruce it up. So I have this hawari that I've bought quite a while ago. And this is genuine silk. So it has a little bit of underlay to it. It has like a full kimono sleeve. But you combine that with a jinbei and it looks regal, for lack of a better term. Like you look like you're dressed, you know. Not exactly black tie, but you definitely look dressed well enough for a social outing. I'm trying to fold it on here so that it doesn't fall apart. Not fall apart, so that it doesn't. So that I don't mess it up. So, and as a man, you're better off just doing that. Just buy yourself a nice jinbei or a nice baseline cotton yukata. Pair that with a nice expensive hawari. I forget what I paid for this. Because I bought this in 2011, I think. So it's been quite a while, and the yen is different, the dollar is different, so the price is not going to be a reference. So I can point you to some places that do good vintage kimono. At the same time, you also have an option of custom order making a kimono. And there's a number of tailors, especially in Kyoto, there's a lot of them. You will have to pay a premium. You are realistically looking at spending an upward of $500, but you will have a put together look. It's going to be color coordinated. It's going to look appropriate. And you're going to feel nice wearing it. And it's going to be made specifically for you for the occasions that you want to go to with that kimono. Understand that it takes some time to make. Sometimes they will have some things off the shelf. And for me, like I have a what is effectively a very non-standard build. Like my shoulders are a full 2 to 4 sizes wider than my waist. So dressing me is a challenge, but I still managed to find existing kimono cuts that fit me pretty good. So if you're into that sort of thing, just have yourself either a tailor-made kimono or just go to one of the nicer stores, and we can look at those nicer stores. And if you want to do a little bit of thrift shopping, go to one of the vintage spots and you'll probably score yourself a nice piece of clothing that you can then integrate into your everyday. And it's not just burning money to wear a piece of trash and look like an idiot tourist in a prominent tourist spot. You're actually getting something valuable. You're getting to actually come into contact with a genuine article and a genuine piece of the culture. You look at kimonos as you look at buying gun sight unseen. Make a budget, find something, put into it who knows more than you. Yeah, basically. Okay, since we're on the subject, let me pull up. I'm gonna keep the hand cam, actually. We're going to keep the hand cam because I want to keep drinking tea. But we're going to pull up Chrome, and I will just show you a couple of places that will accommodate you. I'm going to need my keyboard for this. All right, where's Chrome? Chrome. And I'm not advocating for buying anything blind. You know what, actually? So you remember the cat pattern kimono that I wore on stream last time we did a desk stream, when I did my calligraphy stuff, the one with the cats on it. That is a very, very baseline cotton overcoat. I bought it for like 3,000 yen in Asakusa. Like, that is technically still kimono, but if you know what you're shopping for, you don't need to break the bank, and you still get something that looks interesting and will fit your particular use case. Because you don't need to shop for monsuki. You don't need, well, as a man, you don't need a Hatsumode kimono. You don't need furisode. You're at liberty to be significantly less fussed about that. All right, Tokyo isn't exactly my game, but I'm going to show you around Kyoto. So, there are a couple of places to shop for clothing. Let's see. Omiya. I don't know why, but it's started to glitch up a little bit whenever I'm trying to type in Japanese. I'm not sure why. We're not looking at rentals. I'm pretty sure it was somewhere in Karasuma or in Omiya. There it is. Daiyasu. Okay. So, this is a tailor and a vintage shop at the same time. So first floor is vintage shop. Don't look at the shit at the front. Just do not. You don't want any of it. Second floor is a proper traditional tailor with a lot of stuff that's brand new, off the shelf, sort of very, very good. One thing that I will comment on, so your lower ticket items are going to be on the first floor, second floor is the higher ticket items. So one thing that I will caution you against doing is going in without the intention to buy. That is very specifically a Kyoto thing. The shopkeepers see it as you wasting their time. They get very annoyed when people walk in, look around, God forbid touch stuff, and then leave without buying anything. So if you're going to go to a place like that that's a traditionally run shop, you can have a budget, understand what you want, ask about the things that you want, and if they can give you the things that you want, prepare to fucking pony up. And if you're in a certain budget, tell them, this is my budget, I want to stay within it, what are the things that I can get? And that's fine, there's no shame in that, the Japanese understand being frugal. So, this is one of your options. Let's go to Teramachi. Oh, I hate looking for Teramachi. So, Nishiki Market is over here. Try doing this. So, across Teramachi, which is a big covered, like an indoor mall, essentially, semi-indoor, because these are technically roads, but they're covered, you know what I mean. It's a covered market. So, you're going to look for stores that sell vintage kimonos. It's technically secondhand, but they're all dry cleaned, they're all nice. And you can find some pretty solid articles. I have a couple of silk hakamas that I've bought from vintage stores that I'm perfectly happy with. Let me try. I'm going to use a landmark that I usually navigate off of. Just a second. All right, there is Musashi Sushi. So we enter the shopping street from here. We take a right. Rather, we go here straight, and these are our two primary streets. So, and along them, there's going to be a number of those sort of vintage stores. You need to be mindful of what the actual state of the thing that you're buying is, because these are sometimes older clothes. And you need to make sure that they've been thoroughly cleaned, because a lot of the times they end up in the vintage shop because there's some kind of stain that can't be fully removed. So that's just something to be aware of. So there you go. This has been my little fashion workshop for y'all.
Things that I really regret from the trip. On to number 8. One thing that I did not realize is how brutal the summers are in Japan.
You don't have to be a VIP to get more than just savings with Kaiko. Every customer gets 24/7 fast-friendly claim support.
Hot and like insanely humid, and that can be taxing on you and your clothes.
Weak. I'm sorry, I live in Texas. I can't take this seriously.
Hotels with a washing machine can be a lifesaver during the summer to keep clothes fresh and prevent you from having to pack a ton of sweaty and smelly clothes with you as you continue throughout your travels. Packing as light as you can for Japan is key to being able to bring back as many souvenirs as possible. So having to pack less clothes by
yes, I agree with that. Usually the way I do it is I come with a mostly empty suitcase and I leave with 2 filled to the brim.
Washing them and re-wearing them can be a game changer. Not all hotels here have washing machines, though many should, but you should look into it in advance, as it may be...
Having a laundry on site is pretty convenient. Your other option is coin laundries. They are pretty widespread, so in the unlikely event that your hotel doesn't have an on-site coin laundry, just look for one that does. It's not very difficult to find one.
More or less convenient to access them. The fancy hotels usually don't have self-serve washing machines. Instead, they charge a fee and they will go and use their own services where they will take your items and wash them for you. Some hotels will...
Be careful of that, by the way, because sometimes they will only have dry cleaning available, so they will send your clothes to be dry cleaned, and that takes several days, and God forbid it falls on a holiday. So your clothes may not be back by the time that you have to leave. So just be aware that that is a possibility. I've had to navigate that with a hotel once.
We'll have washing...
Not for my stuff, because I can just use the coin laundry.
Machines in areas near their lobby for people to use, and that can be great as long as there are not a ton of people waiting to use.
Living in the South makes you indestructible to humid temperatures. See, even when I lived in Europe, I didn't find Japanese summers to be that disagreeable. When I went to Japan 2 times in like peak summer, one was late August and it was in the hundreds. And the other time we had a jiu-jitsu seminar, like, what was it, end of June to beginning of July? We had a monsoon fall on us every day. And we had to do jiu-jitsu in what felt like 100 degrees. And in 100% humidity, because humidity works slightly different because Kyoto is a cauldron and the wet air doesn't exactly escape past the mountains as well, but that's besides the point. Like, I've seen Japan in the summer. It's great, and hotels are cheap as dirt.
Use the washing machine, because then you're spending your whole entire night waiting in line, trying to get a chance to wash your clothes. On my most recent trip, I stayed at the Tokyo Stay in Shibuya, and each room had its own washing machine, which
cool.
made it extremely convenient to do laundry and not to have to worry about packing so much. If you are able to buy clothes and shoes in Japan, that can save you on a lot of packing space. And basically, you can just buy things as needed. But this only works if you fit into typical Japanese sizes, which tend to run small compared to non-Asian countries. So if...
just don't be fat. I'm sorry, but that's just that's just it. Just don't be fat, and then you'll be fine shopping. Or if you're like freakishly tall, I guess then that's also a consideration. If you're like taller than 6 foot, then you're probably going to struggle to shop for some items. Shoe sizes up to 12 are generally fairly easy to find. And if you're fat, well then, fuck, man, just put the fork down.
If you are above a large in the USA, you may find it harder to find clothes in Japan, and it may be worth packing a bit more extra stuff from home to wear. If you are looking for larger size clothing, one of the places I do recommend checking out is Uniqlo, as they do tend to have some of the larger sizes. Again, going back to
There is one other place. There is one other place that sells larger size clothing. We're gonna pull that up on the map real quick. We're gonna go to Tokyo. That's Nagoya. Tokyo, across the bridge. Let's see. We're gonna go north, north, north. Sensoji, Skytree. Where is Kokugikan? Should be somewhere around here. Azumbashi, Ryogoku. So here's the Ryogoku Kokugikan, which is a sumo stadium. And God, it's on one of those street corners. I keep forgetting. So that general area. Okay, let's cheat. Let's look for Yofuku. Yofuku. Oh, God damn it. I don't know why, but the Bluetooth dongle really doesn't like going through the table. Japanese. Yofuku. Come on, give me my options. Is the Bluetooth dongle just dying on me? Come on, man. No, it's the Japanese keyboard for some reason causing Windows to spurg out. I don't know what's happening. It's been doing that for quite a while now. Oh, it just froze the entire fucking PC. That's great. That's just fantastic. It froze Chrome altogether. There we go. Just gonna pull that back over here and look in this area. All right, Ryando. There it is. There it is. That's my place of shopping. Ryando. So this is a sumo wrestler clothing store. One of my favorite Hawaiian shirts that I have, and still wear to this day, is from this store. But it's built for some chonky motherfuckers. Like, I am on the lower end of people who can shop here. But if you're a bit of a bigger size, you just go to Ryondo, and you're always gonna find stuff. It doesn't have a lot of interior stuff, though. Please don't do this. Please don't do this. I beg of you. You know what? The only case where you can do this is if you're 300 pounds and you're like a ranked Rikishi. In that case, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Who's gonna stop you? But there it is. It's by the Kokugikan. Yeah, pretty much almost right next to it, like next street over. So there you go. This is where you can shop if you're of a significantly larger build.
Brutal summers, you will want to stay hydrated, and the many vending machines will allow you to do so by purchasing water. However, this will lead to another problem.
When your kid is hurting and there's nothing you can do about it.
Finding bathrooms. This, for reasons I cannot explain, can be fairly tough to do, and I was literally running through the streets of Shinjuku for what felt like an eternity trying to find a bathroom after drinking way too much water. Major tourist spots, train stations, and malls typically have public bathrooms, along with some convenience stores, but there aren't as many just out and about public bathrooms as you would find in other cities. This has led to...
That's actually not been my experience. Again, I don't focus on Tokyo too much. Usually, every park will have a public restroom. Every train station will have a public restroom. Most places that have dine-in seating will have a restroom. And a lot of kombini will have a restroom. So I'm not really sure why this is a problem. So it's more about just, plan your day out intelligently. Like if you know that you're passing through a major travel juncture and you know that you don't know what the terrain is like from that point onward, just take a piss and then go.
People developing apps for finding toilets in Japan, and you can find Reddit posts about people complaining.
Reddit is not filled with real people. The average IQ of a Redditor is 70.
About the lack of toilets in Japan. So
there is not a lack of toilets in Japan.
It's a thing.
There is not a single time where I have found myself incapable of finding a toilet in Japan, and that includes while being very high up on a mountain. Kurama literally has at least, I'm going to say 4 different bathrooms that you come across while you're ascending. Yeah, that sounds about right. Kurama, a mountain complex.
So be sure to bring a hand towel and soap, as many of the bathrooms that you will find don't have those things. More on that in my other Japan guides.
We're gonna
now
cover
on to
hand
number
towels.
9, and this is one of my major regrets and the reason I did not end up with 10 suitcases coming back from Japan, for better or for worse, was not planning out my shopping. Shopping in Japan, along with just walking around the city, can be overwhelming. And if you don't have a plan, you can end up wasting a lot of time. Let's take Akihabara, for example. When I went there, I didn't quite have a plan, and I was just like, oh, well, I'll just wing it. I'll just go around and can enjoy the stores. Upon doing research...
you can do that.
Afterwards, I realized that I missed out on a lot of stores or locations that I would have wanted to see. Akihabara has a ton of anime stores, and you can find several on every block, but some are definitely better than others. And if you want specific things, you'll want to know where those are in advance. Otherwise...
there's a first-party Kotobukiya store, there's an Ami store, and a couple of second-hand stores. That's probably about it. Like, I don't like the Rajokan building. I think you lose a lot of time walking around between the disparate stores for the relatively low amount of stuff that they have there. I believe one of the Gundam stores is pretty okay as well.
You may never find what you're looking for because it's simply overwhelming. This applies to all types of shopping in Japan because there really is an overwhelming amount of shopping that can be done here. So save yourself the time and the regret by doing a bit of research beforehand so that you can go.
I would say set aside just time that's dedicated to doing that and know your hotspots. So in Tokyo, for example, I would say set aside separate days or separate evenings at the very least. Like, you want to shop electronics, you go to the Akihabara big camera or Yodobashi camera. You can do both in the same day. They're right next to each other and they don't take that much time to walk through, especially if you know what you're looking for. Akiba proper, realistically, it's like one street. It's not even a mile long. If you know what you're looking for, just use Google Maps, try to find it, and then spend the rest of the time just wandering around. But don't try to work it into your sightseeing because you're just not going to succeed with that. I would say get your sightseeing out of the way in the first part of the day, and like after lunch or around dinner, set aside time. Like, I'm going to Akiba because the stores close at like 8. So give yourself like three hours to go through the entirety of Akiba, find the things that you want, spend the money that you set aside for it, then go have dinner, and there you go. You don't have to walk around with your bags an excessive amount of time. You have dinner on the spot, you go back to your hotel. There you go.
And get what you want. Before I go into the last one, here are a few quick bonus tips. It's really hard to find a place to...
Just a second, let me catch up with chat. You would assume that if you speak the language, you can talk to the shopkeepers on their regular otaku and find the extra shit you want. So, it depends on what you want. If you want figures, you don't really even need to speak the language. You just, like, the figure shops are very easy to find. They are literally on the main prominent street. There's like 4 that are worth mentioning. One is the Gundam store. I forget the name of it, but it's like predominantly focuses on Gundam, but has a lot of other figurines. There's the Kotobukiya store. There's the Ami store. And what's the other one? Well, you can technically count the Rajokan, because it does have like disparate stores inside of it. Sorry, I'm blowing my beard hair out of the keyboard.
Sit like really hard. You can't just sit on the ground or the stairs or idle around in Japan. They don't like that. Next, to take the Shinkansen or the bullet train, you will need 2 tickets, I believe, if you have a reservation. You need the base fare, aka the fare to get you on the train, and if you have a reserved seat, then you will scan that after putting in the base fare. Also, if you are
No, that's not how that works. If you buy a reserved seat, the reserved cars just have a dedicated car number, and you just go through the turnstile with that ticket. The other ticket that you're given is just a receipt.
Transferring from the local trains to the bullet train, then you will need to use your IC card before entering the bullet train so that you can basically scan out of the local train system before going on to the Shinkansen. So you will scan your IC card, then put your Shinkansen tickets to go through.
I don't even use the IC cards. I just buy my ticket. Like if I'm going on the local train, I will buy my ticket from, like, if I'm going from Ueno to get on my Shinkansen to Kyoto, then I will. Now that I think about this, aren't there Shinkansen that go from Ueno directly? I don't remember, but for the purpose of our, no, never mind, they're not. But I'll get my ticket, just my JR ticket from Ueno to Kyoto Eki, and then I'll ticket out because they are separate gates anyway. And I will just go to my Shinkansen layover with the ticket that I bought beforehand.
Through the terminal area to go into the Shinkansen trains. And that wasted a lot of my time and made me almost miss the train trying to figure out just how to get through the gate.
How do you, wait, how do you waste your time? What do you mean it wasted your time? You get onto one train system, you leave that train system to go onto another train system. They are compartmentalized very efficiently, and there is signage everywhere. There is English language signage everywhere.
The attendant was trying to help me as well, and he only spoke Japanese, so that...
Good, he doesn't have to speak any other language.
Also took up some time of trying to just translate and figure everything out. Now, the final thing in this list of regrets is a more general one, but is one of my top regrets, and that is not spending more time in Japan. My last trip was actually part of a whole multi-country trip, and I spent 8 insanely packed days in Japan and did an
yeah, don't do that. I'm gonna cut the video off here. Don't do the traveling as my passion shtick of, oh, I'm gonna hop around several countries and include Japan. No. You're wasting money at this point. I don't see, like, I can see how you can do Thailand in a couple of days. Because unless you're there for like a more involved mode of participation, and you're looking for something other than, you know, I'm trying to reheat some water there. So, if you're just interested in hitting Bangkok and, I don't know, touching the ladyboys, I see that not taking up too much time. But fuck, going to Japan for 3 days is a waste. Am I still in Europe where you're poking large cities and leaving? I should just stick around in Japan. Yeah, exactly. Like, Kyoto alone is easily a week of time. I try to do Kyoto for at least 10 days. So now that we've looked at how not to do Japan, while my water is heating up, I am going to bring up the bags that I use for my ADC, and we're going to go over sort of the cycles and the logic of it. So I'll BRB. Okay, and put the keyboard aside because we don't really need it for anything right now. So, bags in Japan. Big topic. Let me pull up my hand cam. 'Tis a big topic. So, let's start with day bags. I'm actually gonna disassemble one real quick. So, this is a bag that I usually use for running. So this is a biking bag. But because I don't bike, I'm going to take off things that you can't have on it or don't need. Like, you don't really need nunchucks in Japan. Bats in Japan? No, those are not bats. This is my bags in Japan. These are nunchucks. These are my my primary practice nunchucks. I'm going to I need to drill and add some weight into these because these are just wood. I think it's red oak. And I need to make it a little heavier. So, this is the first bag that I started using as a day bag in Japan. There are upsides to it, there are downsides to it. I'm going to work through these. Benefits of a biking backpack. It has a very, very slim profile, even if you fill it with shit. There's not a lot of room inside, so it's never going to be large. You're never going to be sort of outside of your normal human proportions with a bag like that. The problem is, there's not a lot of room, there aren't a lot of compartments. So you have your smaller external compartment, you have your larger internal compartment. Typically, you would want to use this as your daily sustenance content. So, for example, the main compartment, we have a little mesh net here that you can zip up. We use that for small snacks. So you stock up on those in the morning, you get some daifuku, you get some onigiri, leave them in, you zip up the mesh bag so that it doesn't get in the way, you're good to go. For your water, you're going to use your main compartment. Typically what I would do is I would get something like 4 to 5, usually 4 different bottles of liquid. It would be some mix of tea and pokeri sweat. Pokeri sweat over water because you will be sweating a lot. You'll be losing a lot of salt, a lot of electrolytes. You need to recover those. Water is not an efficient way to do that. So your main compartment is mostly occupied by your edibles. As you eat through them, you're going to generate wrapping. So that's why we use, for the food wrappers, we use the mesh back over here. For the spent bottles, we compact them, we put them into the rest of the compartment. Now, issues arise, known issues. There is not a lot else that you can carry in this bag. It's basically just going to be your water. As you burn through your water, Camelback full of gamer sups. I don't like gamer sups because sweeteners. Once they start making gamer sups with full sugar, I will consider it, but not until then. So basically, you only free up your main compartment as you eat through your allotment of water through the day, and you can gradually replace it with some small purchases, but they're going to be small one-off items that you just snag off as you go. Otherwise, you're going to have to start using other containers, or you just carry a bag with you. That's why I have mostly stopped using this day bag as my bag in Japan. Let me reattach my knife. So this is my running backpack. So that's why it has a knife on it, and this is where my nunchucks live. I'll slide that back into place. So this is my old bag. I will now show you the bag that I've upgraded to. And we're going to cover a couple of other things that we need to consider here. So, this is a bag that I actually bought in Japan. Japan is very good at making stuff out of Cordura because they have a very robust airsoft scene. They slurp up that milsim shit, and they make a lot of things that are either derived from military patterns or just, they're very good at making stuff that's covered in moly, and I like stuff that's covered in moly. I'm not really on board with the concern, oh, someone's gonna see moly and think that you have a gun on you. First of all, in Japan, what fucking gun? Second of all, I don't care, let them think that I have a gun. Moly is also actually very good at stuffing your little omamori charms. So I have a piece of Sagarimatsu over here from Hachidai Jinja. Hello, T-Man. This is a charm from Kurama. There's another charm stuck in here from a temple in Osaka, the name of which escapes me right now. And this one is from Kyo Mizudera, not Q Mizudera. Granted, America, always. Things to avoid, since we're on the topic of decorations. So this is a patch that I would typically take off when I am going to Japan. Because do not be as to not Johnny Somali. Like, normally, in my everyday life, I don't mind a little bit of grim humor. But also, as the winners, it's kind of, it's a bad look to gloat. So if you have stickers or patches that make allusions to us winning World War II, usually I would try to take those off, especially, ones that make direct allusions to dropping the A-bomb on them twice. GOA sticker, I don't think anyone cares, and it's a cute little sticker. I like it. Support GOA. They're doing pretty good stuff, especially now that nationwide injunctions are not a thing, and we only have injunctions by class, by the way. Maybe you want to become a GOA member to get benefits from the lawsuit that they currently have going. Don't be a poor winner in World Wars. Yes, exactly. Interesting amount of respect I afford to normies who don't know bullets leave the casing. Yes, exactly. Another reason I like Camelbacks, they are a bother to wash, and they tend to build up mold if not washed correctly. And also, I'm still not sure, I'm not entirely sold on the fact whether or not they shed plastics. Full of gamer girl bathwater? Oh, that's gonna mold very fast. Okay, so, but why do I like Molly? Because you can attach shit to the Molly to modulate the way that you specifically wants to build your bag. So this bag by default comes with one small pouch and two big compartments. The Molly over here, actually yeah, it has one more compartment over here, but I've attached another admin pouch with Molly, so it allows me to separate out the stuff that I typically carry here. So, let's see. I'm just checking whether or not I have anything left here. It's probably going to be a number of ammo casings somewhere. Yep. See, one of the things that not to do is to not have loose bullet casings into you in the bag that you're bringing to Japan. They might not be as understanding as our TSA is, even though our TSA also doesn't like it when you bring bullet casings in your bag. But that's on me for using this as an everything bag. So, check your bags. They don't like casings in Japan. Yes, exactly. So, we have our primary compartment over here. As you can see, nice and spacious. There's also some molly webbing on the side. You can attach additional pouches for that. I typically don't use the side molly for anything, but it's nice to have the option. So, what I will do for my water throughout the day. My backup water, and that's usually 4 bottles. Again, it's going to be a mix between tea and potpourri sweat. What if the casings have anime girls engraved on them? Difficult to tell. I mean, I did buy... Just a second, I have a little charm hanging on my microphone. So I did buy this in Japan. This is a deactivated 50 Action Express round. So they don't really have laws policing the presence of brass in your in your luggage. It's just that whether or not you really want to... It's a question of whether or not it's a conversation that you want to have with, the Japanese border guard when you're arriving into the country. And trust me, you don't want to have that conversation, because I get flagged for powder residue fairly frequently. So, main compartment. I would recommend keeping, same as the previous bag, I would recommend keeping most of your edible stuff here. Alternatively, you can move it to the smaller front compartment, depending on how much stuff you plan to carry. So I would keep 2 bottles of potpourri sweat, 2 bottles of tea, and they would basically be just compacted at the bottom of the bag. As I work through them, bottles are easier to get rid of. If I can't find a recycling station for the bottles, I will retain the bottles in the same compartment. And my snacks will be also retained in one of the mesh pockets. So usually I will keep them in this mesh pocket in the main compartment, because it's a little bit more space. It's easier to store more there. The hand towel. This is actually the aforementioned hand towel. Keeping a hand towel on you in Japan is recommended because a lot of the infrastructure is built with an assumption that you have a little cotton hand towel with you. I usually just have it in my cargo pack, or not in my cargo pack, in my cargo pocket, or in my other on-body bag that we're going to cover later. So, your small compartments over here, there's a variety of ways you can use those. You can have a spare plastic bag here for trash, or you can keep your sort of small packaging items that don't go into the standard recycling that you find around the city. So basically, this is going to be your dump pouch. We have a little compartmented window over here. This is my secondary pouch. Usually I would use it for stuff like electronics, power banks, wires, things that I need to access easily but don't need all of the time. So basically it's set up for a scenario where I need thing, I set my backpack down, I reach into the admin pouch, it's in the admin pouch. Me getting flagged for Colombian marching powder confirmed? Maybe. So, the benefit of having a pouch like this is that you can also use it to store your extra bottles, because it is very much bottle-shaped. I don't have a bottle of an appropriate size to demonstrate that, but usually there's that. This is an auxiliary pouch that I will typically use for quick access things that, again, I might not need, that I'm not sure that I'm going to need. For example, I will compact my raincoat because it folds very small, and I will keep it in this auxiliary pouch. That way, if it starts raining and I need to cover myself up to not get wet, I don't need to dig through the primary bag, and I can just rip it out of the external pouch, tap it out, and the same goes. There's little pockets over here, so I can keep things like paper maps if I'm carrying any, or any other sort of fast reference documents that I don't really need in direct access, but I need relatively fast access towards. So that's that. Now, for camera mountings, because you may look at this and you will correctly notice that there is not any space for mounting for carrying a camera, because the main compartment is also going to be used for retaining any items that we buy along the way. So, and that's why this bag is actually significantly better than the biking bag, because the biking bag lacks that ability. Allow me a moment to reach over and knock over my entire table. So, it's camera 1. I say that, but there's going to be a camera 2. There's not. Just a second. I'm looking for my mount. I'll be right back, and I think it's on another bag. You would think that I would have at least a modicum of advanced prep, but I did not. That's just how we run things here. Okay, hand cam, go. So, a few other things that we need to try to cover here. So, as I mentioned previously, the main compartment is usually best left unoccupied, because if you're buying something, you basically want to make sure that you can stack a certain amount of it without blowing up the size of the bag. So this is realistically going to be like the median size of the pricier items that you're going to be purchasing in Japan. So that's a good reference to try to keep. Other things that you may need to be mindful of, sort of where you have them for convenient access. This is a Goshuincho, a journal for getting your visitation marks from temples. So, not an item that you need all of the time, but at the same time, you need it frequently whenever you reach one of the major landmarks. So this would normally also live in the breakout pouch, along with my rain jacket. Because it doesn't change the shape materially, it can coexist with the rain jacket inside of the same pocket without falling out. Otherwise, it will be on my person. Like we're going to look at other ways of storing that depending on the number of bags you're ready to suffer. So, camera. I keep my camera external to me. Specifically, I keep it attached with a mount. This is not the correct mount. Well, rather, this is pieces of the correct mount, but it's attached to something else entirely. So, let me get my Allen key. That is a bolt that I would prefer to not lose. So this is a Peak Design camera mount. It is made I'm going to say out of aluminium because it's not very heavy, but it has served me for many years. It has increased the quality of life of having to walk around with a camera significantly. It also works with things like phone mounts, so it is dual purpose for when you want to have something. If you want to basically finagle your phone into a body camera, I've not found appropriate venues to do that in, so I usually just use that to fill my IDPA runs. So, the way I set up my camera, it's all dusty and grimy because it just does not get used outside of Japan at all. The way I do this is, I will have my dominant grip with the wrist latch, and this is the primary way that I will interact with my camera. I will have access, I will usually keep this to some capacity, depending on how far and long I need to move. Usually in Japan, I will take the larger strap off entirely, as to sort of not create another entanglement for me. Because normally it will either be locked in place or I will have it in hand. So this is not really like the sling. I usually just remove entirely. But I do like to keep this plate because this plate accepts the Peak Design mount. So you're just going to lock it in here. It's actually more convenient to do this with the top part. Slightly more convenient, but not by a lot. And we're just going to tighten it down. There is some variability in where you may want it to rest, depending on how you want to offset your center. But what you will do is, what I will do at the very least, is I will have the mount itself locked in on the strap. How do I do that? All right. So I will use the MOLLE webbing. I'm not sure if it's MOLLE webbing, but I will use the webbing on my backpack straps. They're nice and padded, so they can carry a lot of weight. I will tighten it down, and I will carry my camera strapped directly to my backpack. That way, it sits on a structure that's capable of carrying a lot of weight. It's not off-balancing me by too much because it still sits effectively in front of me. And it's within my area of conscious control. Like if I post up with my hands in front of me, I will be covering the camera. And I have a lot of good and conscious control because it basically just sits on my chest. And you would need to set it up to a correct height where... I'll turn this bag around so that I don't have to show it on me. But basically, it needs to be set up for a height where you can thread your wrist latch. You need to get good at locking it in with one hand, especially if you're trying to take those shots that run away from you very quickly. And then you just release it from the mount. You take your shots. You slap it back in, make sure that it's locked. And then you unlatch. And there you go. You have it readily available, easy to deploy. There's not a lot of reasons to have it concealed inside of a bag in Japan because it's on your chest, so you're capable of nobody under normal circumstances is going to be invading your personal space to where they make contact with your chest area. So therefore, it is relatively safe to keep your camera there. And this is a nice expensive camera that I wouldn't really want damaged. So it's sort of a contingency on a contingency here to keep it safe. So yeah, that's typically why I would want to keep it in such a state. And why the sling, as you can see, is largely superfluous. Because having it dangling off your neck is arguably less safe because it is more mobile. Because when it's strapped down to your backpack, it moves around significantly less. Because there is very little play in the Peak Design mount. I think I paid something like $70 for it. It's very much a pay once, cry once kind of thing. It looks unnecessary, but it solves a lot of problems. How heavy is that camera? Let me go use my kitchen scale real quick. It's just under 2 kilos with the strap. So that's roughly, I would say 4 pounds, 4.5 pounds. So just under 5 pounds. There you go. But like this has never given way. It's built in a way that's very sturdy. It's just solid cast metal. So there are very few failure points. Your failure points are your screws. Be mindful of your screws. Make sure that the threading is okay. I think you can replace the bolts that tighten them down. But basically it is, you set it up once on where you're going to be carrying your camera for, like, at least for the next week. And you make sure that it's tightened down there, and then the latch system just works. You asked that specific question because worst case scenario, that is a free swinging 4-pound weight hitting you in the face at an unknown velocity if you're just hanging it off your neck. It's also 4 pounds, almost 5, hanging off of your neck. I don't like that. Just the leverages and the concept of that feels wrong. We're going to look at a different attachment method that I've mostly retired. I still use it occasionally. But this is my predominant way of carrying a camera now. So the Peak Design mount, usually I will sit it like this so that I pull the camera up and towards. It's very similar to drawing from a shoulder holster once you sort of understand a certain difference. Like, you have your positive grip, you've locked in, you draw, and you punch out with the camera. Very similar. Okay. That is our day bag / backpack, but we never carry that in isolation because since it's a backpack, it sits on our back, it's not very convenient for quick and easy access. So there is going to be a separate system that we use for that. And this is a bit of a proprietary know-how of mine that I've developed. This is my drop leg bag. It usually will contain everything I need throughout the day, and it needs things that I will reach for frequently. So this will usually sit on my leg. It is attached via a holster panel, and the holster panel has MOLLE webbing. The most appropriate way to use the MOLLE webbing is to attach more omamori. If you're not attaching omamori to every available inch of MOLLE, then you're just going to Japan wrong. But this was originally a slingback courier bag. And what I did is I've shifted over to using the primary belt. So under a normal use case, this would go around your shoulder, and then the bag sits on your back or in front, depending on how you wear your slingbacks. I've extended it. I use this part as a belt. You could also tuck it into this back panel and use it as a merce. I don't like bags that are not attached to your body because it makes them easier to steal and makes it prone to just you forgetting where they are. So I don't trust things that you need to hold on to by hand. I prefer them to be bolted down to you. So, to be safe from Yakuza, wear the Pakora or Koko. To be invited to a drinking club, wear Tenma. I'm not sure that the Yakuza have survived, honestly. I'm also not sure if they're up to date with the VTuber lore. By the way, this little dangler, for those of you who pay good attention, this little dangler is actually represented on my plate carrier on this model. So now you know what this is. This is a little pillar from, where did I get that? Daito, I think this is from Daitokuji. And it just has the Pure Heart Sutra engraved on it. I have a couple of those on different bags. So, the bag itself. It has a number of, we're going to snooze that ad for a little bit because we don't want it yet. So, we have our very small front compartment. We have our slightly larger front compartment with a lanyard for keys, very convenient. I used to wear this day to day. This is where my CQB tool used to live for quick and fast draw. I tried using this as a drop leg holster. It didn't make sense for the 43X. Once I get a Glock 19, maybe I will add it to my rotation, but not right now. But basically, how it sits is, the external belt goes around your hips. That's what retains it primarily. Then the holster panel here is your second point of attachment. The reason you need a second point of attachment is, if you only have one point of attachment, the bag, when you move, is going to move around that single pivot point. And by attaching a second point, you remove the pivot point entirely. It just sits flush to your leg, and it moves along with your leg. So the holster panel locks in around your hip. This top part attaches to your belt, so you have a backup point of attachment in addition to the primary two. Doesn't really get actioned a lot, but it's there, and I like it that way. I like to keep this bag as stable as possible because it allows me to do short little sprints. We also have a little non-load bearing carabiner here on the side. Has a variety of uses, from either tagging on your little garbage bag when it no longer fits into your backpack. Not really advisable to do, but you can. You can also attach small items that you don't particularly want carrying in your hands, such as maybe a bag with your outdoor shoes that you sometimes have to take off when you're going into places like temples, because some Buddhist temples will require you to take the shoes off and take them with you, because you'll be going outdoors through a different side of the building, so you need to retain the shoes. So it's generally a good idea to have a carabiner on you, just for, you know, different small loose stuff that doesn't quite fit into your bags. Another thing that I carry is a water bottle pouch. This is a simpler water bottle pouch. It has a drawstring on top of it. So what I will do is, whenever I'm going out, I have my long-term drinking stock inside of the day bag, and I will put the bottle that I'm primarily drinking right now into this bottle carrier, and I will sip it throughout the day. I take a sip, I close the bottle, I put it back into the bottle carrier. And when the bottle runs dry, I take off my day pack, I cycle in a new bottle, empty bottle goes into the backpack or into a recycling station if one is within reach. On the side, we have a little admin pouch. The admin pouch has a lot of uses. I'm not using it to its full capacity, but it's nice to know that it's there. Normally, I use it to retain a little hand towel that I use for covering my camera in the rain. So if it starts raining, I put on my rain jacket, but I also don't want my camera to be wet. So that's why I carry a spare little hand towel that I will tie on top and under the camera, sort of to prevent any rain from getting in. This is where I will also have my security cable. And normally, if I'm traveling, I will also have one of my padlocks here as well. So it's just a reinforced piece of steel cable that you can use to either lock something in place if you're not entirely sure that, you know, if you need to leave something there and you're a little paranoid like myself. It's a nice workable patch. Sometimes I keep my phone in here. So my most recent phone doesn't quite fit here. So this is a Samsung, I think this is a 22S. So it no longer fits. Because of that, this has primarily become a place where I keep my power bank. You generally want to keep power banks on you, and this is one of the housings that I use for that purpose. So, moving on to the main compartment here. Usually, I used to travel around with an iPad on me at all times. That habit has mostly subsumed because my phone now does things better than that tablet, and I don't really need a big screen on me at all times. So, I will keep my Goshincho here, locked down in its own separate compartment, because it is available enough that I can get it out quickly without holding up the line to get the Goshin, but at the same time, it is packed away so that I don't have to worry about forgetting it, losing it, dropping it, whatever the fuck else. The main compartment here, usually I will keep my phone, my wallet, sort of things that I want to have quick access to, but I also want to have a degree of control over as well. So that's where it will usually go. Because it sits on my leg, I have good granular control over it. It's very difficult to pick it off of me. So, you know, that's what we're going to use this compartment primarily as. Another thing that you may want to consider, there is another pocket inside of here. I'll use that for any IDs that don't fit into my wallet. So if you're abroad, your ID is no longer your state ID or your driver's license, it's your passport. So what I will do is I will have my passport here, I'll have my wallet and phone here, and the Goshin all the way in the back. Because I reference my phone more frequently than I take out the Goshin to ask for it to be signed. Now, the front compartment. This is basically our utility bag. So normally I will keep either my charger here, if it already doesn't go into the day bag, if I just want to have one bag on me. The front compartment is typically going to be used for my hotel keys because, well, that way it doesn't get lost as I'm reaching for other things. It keeps it nice and compartmentalized. And generally any kind of transit keys that I need to reach over, so it's going to be like a transit ticket or something like that, I'm going to keep it in this pocket just because it's very easy to reach for. The only likely exception is going to be, what else do I keep here? I keep a stick of glue because some of the temples have started giving you out pre-written Goshin and selling it, or sometimes it's made of like a specialized material that they have, so they don't write it on the spot. They'll just sell you a pre-written sheet. Let me see if I can find one of those. For example, here you go. So this is one from Mibudera. It's written on like different washi with a different texture to it. So, and they'll not always apply it for you. Sometimes they'll just give you the sheet. It happens in higher traffic places more. That's why I sort of stopped going to higher traffic places in a lot of cases. But basically, you'll need to apply it yourself, and that's why having a little stick of glue handy is generally a good idea. So yeah, this is my sort of travel bag. If I expect to do nothing but temple hopping or shopping or sort of like mainline, hardline tourist shit where I need to cover long distances while still having full access to my inventory, I will have this be my primary personal bag, and I will have the backpack be my day bag for storing things that I do not need immediately. And so far, it has served me very, very well. There is an alternative to make you look slightly less like a tourist. So this is a different option for a sling bag. This I will usually carry in front of me. Granted, you're not going to have this knife here. This is not really Japan appropriate, but you know what I mean. This is the pouch where I will usually keep my flashlight. The one that I brought out earlier. Where did I put it? There it is. So I'll usually have this attached via lanyard like this. This is one of the reasons I really like Molly. Molly lets you attach all of the shit that you want, and I really don't understand the aversion to Molly, because anyone who will be concerned and will have a bitch fit about you having a gun usually isn't educated enough to know that Molly necessarily means gun. So that's why I generally disagree with that, although I don't really carry my gun in this particular bag anyway. But yeah, this is my front compartment for keys and other things that I would prefer to not lose. I have my secondary compartment over here for small items. This is usually where my hotel keys are going to live. I have a little beard comb, some hand sanitizer, a strand of reinforced microcord, just because you never know when you need a length of rope. So this is going to be like a stable thing that I will be carrying with me. And inside, I have a little mesh bag here, Chemelite, some writing implements. I try to keep a pen and a brush on me at all time. And the rest of the compartment isn't exactly separated, but it's pretty good for just having, you know, focused items on you. Usually I will carry this when the drop leg bag will cause me to look out of place to a significant extent. More out of place than I would look by default in Japan, so to speak. So if I'm in an area where, for example, if I'm going shopping, I think that's a good idea. Yeah, there you go. So if I'm going shopping in the evening, I don't really need all of the utility of my drop leg. Or if I'm going to a nicer restaurant, I can get away with carrying the sling bag with like a nice silk shirt over having something that just dead ass looks like a military holster attached to my leg at all time. It's also easier to take this off and still sort of have control over it, as opposed to that mess of like 2 different belts and a holster panel. Yeah, so there's that. And also another thing to probably you want to, it's just a practice that I've adopted, I wouldn't say recently, but for at least the last couple of years. I like to keep a pair of gloves on me, just in case. You never know when you encounter something that you don't want to do with your bare hands. These are 511 gloves. I forget the model name, but they've been doing pretty okay so far. The thumbs have been getting a little tender after I've been running a lot of shotgun drills, so I may need to cycle those out. But yeah, they've been doing pretty okay work. I would prefer something that has a leather palm, but other than that, pretty solid do everything gloves. Right. Questions, concerns, criticisms? Probably not. Okay. We're going to move on to the next thing that we had planned for today. We have belts. Tack belts, to be specific. So this one is actually a gift from K-Tactical. They are a brand that I am very friendly with. So the belt itself is not K-Tactical, but my understanding is that they're going to have some belts coming up. Everything on the belt is K-Tactical. And we're going to look over everything on the belt in more granular detail because I want to shift some of the things here around onto my sort of standard battle belt. We're going to look at this at scale, and we're just going to go by element and understand sort of the purpose of every item here and understand what we need to add or remove. You tried a Safe Life belt. You couldn't find adjusted to make it fit perfectly after 3 hours of fucking with it. So these are all double layer belts, meaning there's an underlayer Velcro belt, and then you lock it in with an external belt. It's a little finicky. It fits slightly different. Like, you need to learn how to fit it onto your body the same way every time. I'm not sure about the Taclite one, because there are a lot of adjustment mechanisms, and I definitely can't claim to know all of them. But, so let's, some of the things that we're going to try to compartmentalize here. So this belt, I am plotting out for this to be my competition/fighting belt. So, because my competition gear is my fighting gear, I run competitions in my plate carrier with the things that I would put on in the event that shit is popping off, and I need to create some holes in someone or plug some holes in someone. So, that's why IFAK, that's staying here. There's an extra tourniquet here. I need a better carrier for it right now because it just lives in a mag pouch. I have my just flip over Velcroed handgun magazine pouches. I'm pretty okay with keeping this here because this presupposes a little bit more movement than just running around a flat range, and I would prefer like a tighter way to lock it in. So pretty okay with how this sits so far. This is a Shellback Tactical Dump Pouch. I'm not entirely happy with it. It's a fine dump pouch, but whenever you deploy it, it lacks structure, and I don't like that. And it's caused me to have to fuck around looking for the mouth of the bag, and I don't like that. It creates hesitation, and it messes with my reloads, so we're going to be moving that out. It was basically an inch of stack or not. It was the difference between it being too loose or too tight. I see. I'm not sure what the tightening mechanism on that is, so I can't really speak to that. So let's go over what we have on the belt that K-Tactical sent me. So this is an admin pouch, rather like a do-everything pouch. Cool as a concept. I don't really have a use for it on the primary belt, so not sure if we're going to move that or keep it here. I very much like the dump pouch over here because it has like a very fixed structure to it. It came with some complementary zip ties. They stashed a tourniquet here as well, so I really like that. It's a lot of good external storage, an extra carabiner to lock something into it. Mag pouch, pretty good. It's a taco style mag pouch. It's better than the one that I have on that belt. They slapped a little tack light onto it. Also extends. I'm not sure what extending it does. I guess it... Oh, it also strobes. Damn, that's an epilepsy warning. I'm not sure how you take it off and why they zip tied it to the mag carrier, but it is what it is. S-Stack dump pouch. Sorry, you bought double stack Kiwi mag pouches instead of the single stack, and you told them about it in the comments instead of changing your order. They sent you extra stuff in order to, including a SIG dump pouch. I see. S-Stack sound like cool people. I'm not sure if this is S-Stack, actually. You think this is an S-Stack pouch? You recognize it? I'm not sure. I was led to believe that this is a K-Tactical pouch. The mag pouches are definitely K-Tactical. These are more of a competition mold because these are... it is not. Just a recommendation. I see. I mean, I have 2 dump pouches at this point, so like I don't really see myself buying a third. So, mag pouches, pretty good for competitive use, not for what my war belt is going to be used. So, I'm going to keep these here. Basically, what I aim to do is I'm going to create 2 belts. One belt is for when people need to die. Sorry to get grim, and one belt for where I'm checking my mail. And someone may choose to die. I also like the little knife they have over here. It's not really useful as a fighting knife, but it's very cool. It's a cute little hardened steel knife, and the scabbard has a little latch on it. So, hey, shout out to K-Tactical for sending this to me. Very, very cool. I'm very pleased with it. So, there's that. Okay, so we're going to keep this here because my plate carrier already has an admin pouch. So I don't really feel the need to have another one on me. So until further notice, we're gonna not move this. I want to move this pouch onto my belt to replace the Shellback Tactical one. And we're just gonna go and do that right now. So this is also a dual layer system. So this is mollied in on the outside. Should be able to just slap it off. Also, it's kind of... Oh, no, you're supposed to keep the dump pouch on the left hand. Yeah. Alright, so we're going to pull this out. A very well-threaded molly. I need to learn how to thread molly webbing correctly because I've noticed that some of the mag pouches I have are a little a little floppy. Come on, out you go. Caught on some shit. As far as EDC and first aid, have I considered the Warrior Poet Society ankle IFAK? I have not. The only IFAK... First of all, I don't really like having shit on my ankle because I wear shorts most of the time. So... I don't know. Doesn't really fit the way I carry stuff. Okay, let's see. This is also threaded molly. Just gonna pull that out. I don't know. I have mixed feelings about the Warrior Poet stuff because, on the one hand, I really like the guys. I think they do cool stuff. But at the same time, I'm kind of wary of everyone selling me like their super special sauce, like the consumerism rot that a lot of people criticize in the gun space is very, very real. All right, so let's attach the shellback one. I probably want it to sit somewhere around here, similar to where the original one sat. And probably just want to thread it through the entire thing. See, that's the one thing that I really don't like about the shellback stuff, is that the way it threads in is very awkward. I feel like I almost need a pin pusher to get it through the webbing. Like, it's good that I have strong nails and good pinching strength, but damn. You don't see a lot of ankle IFAKs even on offer. You love the gear that you can wear without real effort. Shoulder holsters and ankle pouches, particularly. They don't have many clothing considerations, of any. I mean, if it works in your particular EDC, I'd say go for it. We can go over the IFAK that I have on my fighting belt. I need to get myself into a habit of having at least a tourniquet on hand. So I've built out an IFAK for sort of a scenario where I'm most likely to be in the vicinity of people who have gotten hurt, which is, you know, a context of using guns. So it may be like a range accident or something to that effect, or like a neighborhood watch scenario. Come on. Come on, pull through. There you go. It is such a bitch to thread. See, because it's like soft molly, and the tabs are also soft, all right, I think that works. Okay, pouch successfully moved. We're gonna keep that on here. Actually, I would like to thread it a little bit more. Like the little anchor system they have going. Like Shellback makes a pretty good plate carrier. Their tactical nylon, I have words for. I don't know, it doesn't seem to be as thought through. Probably gonna keep this the way it is. Yeah. I'm gonna think about the mag pouch. All right, so now you. Another thing that I may want to change about this is right now it operates off of a drop leg knife, because you can't have a drop leg holster in the multi-gun rule set that I run. So it's not been really germane, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But for IFAC, this is a 511 IFAC with a K tactical patch on it, but basically it's a pull-through IFAC for either hand. Rip it out, and you unfold it. So there's a rip tag here. It unwinds like this. And I have several sets of nitrile gloves here, a vent seal, so things over here. This is my roll-up gauze, and this is my Israeli bandage. So basically this is specifically built around stopping bleeding. And yes, the IFAC is also here, not the IFAC, the CAT, the Combat Application Tourniquet. That lives in a pouch on the other spot, but I need to figure out a way to probably hang it somewhere off of the IFAC proper. But I need to figure out a way to make it easily reachable. I've seen a lot of people mount their tourniquets on the front, which is cool. I would just like to look into how they mount it exactly. All right, so the IFAC sits exactly on my back. How many Molly slots do I need to fit you? I need exactly one more. Okay, so we can move we're gonna move the IFAC by one slot to the outside, and we're going to position the new dump pouch here. Take a moment to pull this through. The laser cut molly on this particular belt is very, very tight. It's not a bad thing when you're in actual use, but it does make it a bitch to thread it initially. Alright, we're going to leave the IFAC over here for now. And we're going to thread this. And we're going to thread you through the next available molly slot. Oh, this is going to be a struggle. As I've mentioned previously, the laser cut molly on these belts is very, very tight. Will I need to use a pick to create space? We're going to be here for a while, so I guess we may as well look for other things to react to. Let's look at a Sargon video. Of course, an ad first.
I really enjoy Lomez's concept of the longhouse, which he popularized in February 2023 with this article from First Things, where he describes the problem with modern society, in particular politics, is that it has been long-housed, as in it has been given over to the reign of the, I guess what I'm going to call toxic femininity of a certain kind of woman, not all women. And these women are, through their own projected fears and insecurities, inflicting a very tyrannical, devouring feminine energy into public life, and this is having serious knock-on effects. And actually, I think what this is giving rise to is a desire for the return of patriarchy, a desire for the return of confident, morally forward-looking men.
Remember, Oni Dojo, there are no bigger misogynists than people who have had to work in all-female environments. That includes both men and women, by the way.
so that many women in our society can actually feel that things are being taken care of, as in every generation up to pretty much this one, they had been able to feel. Because if you think back all throughout history, men were the ones actually in control of things and doing things and dealing with problems, and so the women were able and had to be able to rely upon them. And this upward pressure made men competent and ready to take moral responsibility for the things they did, and that means willing to assert moral authority. And in the modern liberal era, what men aren't really willing to do is assert moral authority that is parochially theirs. They can play to the liberal outgroup politics that this kind of toxic femininity uses and trades in, but they are forever second-class citizens and second-class moral legislators in that kind of paradigm. In fact, I really like some of the ways he puts this. So the longhouse was this large communal hall, and it allowed this sort of archetype of the den mother to reign over it and watch every little tiny interaction in order to make sure, as he puts it...
Basically the HR manager. Have you noticed how every archetypical HR manager is essentially, by function, a den mother? In their behaviors, in their sensibilities, and in the way that they interact with the people around them.
There is a centering of feminine needs and feminine methods for controlling, directing, and modeling behavior. And by God, do we see that now? And lots of people don't want it. I mean, many women don't want it, but obviously many men don't want it. And we see that many men don't want it in the fact that they're voting for Donald Trump. I mean, if there's anyone in America who represents a return to patriarchy, it's Donald Trump. Now, as you can see, even women went towards Trump here. Back in 2018, the Longhouse was basically at its strongest. Women, a third of women, ages 18 to 29, were voting hard Democrat, very hard Democrat. But as you can see, this has gone down. Women tend to be more actually, maybe the Republicans are right, and young men are just going hard into the right, hard to patriarchy. No, we'd like the rule of strong, competent men, because there's a difference in the rule. When men are in charge, men are very rarely domineering over one another, right? The aspect of patriarchy and the most important values that it holds are fidelity, loyalty, virtue, courage, and honesty. As in those things that...
I'm going to stop him right there, and I will... First of all, let's place this here. I'm not sure this is a genuine North American rescue tourniquet, but this also needs to be refolded because it's folded the wrong side out. So we're gonna refold that one. And I need to bring my knife, so I'll BRB, I guess. Oh, it can't quite find me. That's a problem. Second. Oh, there it is. I'm a little cross-eyed there. Come on. Control R or Shift R? Come on. Right, I'm going to be a little cockeyed for a moment, but that's okay.
Keep a healthy hierarchy in place. And so this is what young men, these are the values that young men are voting for. They're not, and women as well, they're not voting for the overbearing and frankly often deceptive feminine, the sort of den mother toxic femininity that is interested in ameliorating hurt feelings at any cost, diffusing blame when there is a problem and something has gone wrong and someone is to blame for this, diffusing that across as wide a group as possible so that nobody has to feel that they personally take responsibility and therefore has to undergo a significant amount of personal growth, frankly. And so you can see that there's a stark difference in the kind of the attitude. I guess, how would you describe it? The kind of the archetypes of these kinds of politics. Now, I really like the archetype of the den mother versus the sky father, very Evolian, and properly invokes, I think, the direction, the sort of ones looking upwards to greatness, glory, transcendence, and the things that are required to do that are the actualization of yourself as a man through the taking responsibility of the things and circumstances around you, versus the underworld of the constant excuses and backbiting and blame placing, externalization of blame, and the irresponsible nature of that kind of society.
Good enough for
and I really think that we're seeing the consequences of that and the differences being brought in stark portrayal these days. Because you remember the other week when this was the Labour front bench, just to
I'm going to stop you there for a moment. So, this is the drop leg that I currently use for affixing my knife, and nothing the fuck else. And I feel like it's not an efficient use of space. Like, I don't want to have a whole separate implement for just the knife that is on my hip. So we're going to think of where to place this. I'm going to remove the tech lock that we have over here. We're also likely going to have to reorient it. Oh, you're going to be a bitch, aren't you? Alright, I'm going to keep Carl talking there.
Series of women with the most haggard looking faces. Like, things have gone horribly wrong and there is just no one to point the finger at, right? This is den mother, and all of these women are den mother politicians. Jess Phillips in particular, but all of them are exactly like that. We have to worry about the feelings, we have to diffuse blame, we have to make sure the men aren't in charge, because we actually don't have faith in the men. And that's really what the crux of all den mother politics is. Because like I said, men actually can and do place faith in one another.
All right.
Men expect other men to be upright and honest and forthright, and to take the responsibility for their own actions. And so if something comes under their personal magisterium in their department or in their squad or whatever it is they're doing, and it goes wrong, you're to blame. You take the blame. You are the one who's held accountable. The den mother politics doesn't want that, and so it needs to have absolute control over everything to make sure that something doesn't go wrong. Because if something goes...
Mind you, there are men who behave like den mothers, and men who have very largely adapted to this longhouse pattern conflict resolution. And a lot of office politics are colored by the logic of the longhouse, where they will finger point at Mach speed before saying, yes, I have fucked up. Usually, the role of saying, yes, I fucked up, is left to someone down the reporting line, who incidentally is going to be more of a man in a metaphysical sense.
Goes wrong, no one person here is actually well equipped to deal with it. They're not morally or psychologically or practically equipped to actually fix the problems. Whereas if you have men who are used to taking responsibility for things, a culture of taking responsibility, you can be like, no, I'm confident that that person's got a handle on things and that he can handle anything that comes his way. I know him. He's competent.
Quickly
he
stand
can do
up to
these
figure
things.
out the
And
placing
again,
for
I'm not saying this is, all men
for the
versus
holster.
all women at all, actually. And as you can see, women are going towards that form of politics over the den mother feminist form of politics, because we can see the results. And a lot of women actually don't hate men, love men, and trust men to be moral arbiters in their own domains, which, again, as things had always been. So much of the culture of being a man and raising sons to be men is about taking responsibility. It is about, frankly, making sure that you personally are emotionally stable enough to deal with the problem. And that means never crying in public. This was just an unacceptable thing to see. This was a person who had, frankly, lost control of themselves. And as the Chancellor of the Exchequer, the first female Chancellor of the Exchequer, I might add...
Yeah, making a brilliant case for that.
Not appropriate. Right, not appropriate.
All right, I'm going to quickly go get some screwdrivers because I need to change the mount on the knife, and I will be right back. Please continue.
It's your job to take responsibility for this. You can't just break down and have a little cry in the middle of the House of Commons. That is not acceptable. There is a reason that people are voting against this den mother politics, because when the meat hits the metal, things get rough. You can't just have a little cry. People are relying upon you. You can't say, well, there's plenty of people to spread the blame on. No, you're responsible, and you're crying in the Houses of Parliament. It's not on. And so this kind of den mother politics, again, just really...
It's also very interesting that it's a grown adult person, an adult human female, if I may, doing that as a stress response, meaning that throughout the course of their lives, crying in response to valid criticisms has been an effective defense tactic. It means that they have in the past managed to cry themselves out of trouble, which is something that I would prefer to not be a consistent behavior in my elected officials.
Really, really risk averse, and it turns into an absolute tyranny. Here's a great example, right? Paul here has got a video. I won't play the video because he just summarized it here, just fine. He says, I recently got stopped and ticketed by the City of London police for, I kid you not, cycling no-handed.
Good.
It's not a crime. Even though it's clearly not an offence, the officer, pictured here, said that they were ticketing me under the Human Rights Act as I was infringing on other people's Article 2 right to life in case I fell off and injured them. Utterly bonkers stuff. Well, to a man, that does seem utterly bonkers, right? Because you think, well, that's not a very great risk of that, actually. Not only do I not
quite
think
marginal,
I'm
I would say.
I know how to ride no-handed, but even if I have an accident, it's probably not going to be fatal.
Yes.
So why would I worry about that? It's probably not. I'm probably going to kill someone else. But here we are with the overbearing, long-housing den mother being like, "No, I'm absolutely doing this under Article 2 of Human Rights." Now, I mean, if you look this up, this is Article 2 of the Human Rights Act. This means that nobody, including the government, can try to end your life. It also means the government should take appropriate measures to safeguard life by making laws to protect you and in some circumstances by taking steps to protect you if your life is at risk. Public authorities should also consider your right to life when making decisions that might put you in danger that affect your life expectancy. If a member of your family dies in circumstances that involve the state, you may have a right to an investigation. The state is also required to investigate suspicious deaths and deaths in custody. This does not mean that you have a right to die, and it also makes the death penalty illegal in the UK. So when we win, the Human Rights Act is just going in its entirety. This is nonsense, right?
Agreed.
But you see that nothing about this is I was riding no-handed, and through a very freak series of events, somehow managed to kill someone, or myself, or whatever, right? Very unlikely, not really appropriate measures, but to the den mother, anything that makes her feel nervous, anything that makes her feel afraid has to be dealt with. And the thing is, there is no limit to what makes them feel afraid. So then it becomes rational. No, we need a longhouse so I can see everything that's happening in it. What Bentham might have called the panopticon. I need to see everything in it in order to minimize the results. And the thing is, the less likely things become, the more amplified the even more unlikely things are in the minds of the den mother. So it's like, yeah, okay. I mean, you know, there's no danger riding down the street in the city of London, really, I imagine. But what if you fell off because you were riding no-handed and you crashed into a mum and her baby flew out of the pram and under the wheels of a car? And, oh my God, that's a right-to-life violation. You see, like, the highly unlikely sequence of events that you have to fictionalize, going way beyond what the thing was even vaguely intended for, is justified to the den mother who felt momentarily insecure. You made her feel insecure. Whereas, remember, your job as a man is to make her feel secure. Now, the right way to structure a civilization is that this person isn't really a police officer, right? This person is a hall monitor.
Yes, that
this
is
person,
accurate. I need to grab a different
5'4".
tech lock. Just a second. It's a good thing that I have so much of this fucking tactical clutter lying around the house. it would seem that I have used my spare tech lock for something else, and I don't remember what.
£150 at most? Like, sorry, you are not part of the constabulary. Right? You are not a Bobby on the beat. You are a hall monitor who has been perversely empowered to hall monitor people who are doing nothing wrong. If this guy was a 6-foot African fellow with a machete running around the street, there's no way she's approaching him. But that
unmount this
ever more infringes on the articles of right to life. But she ain't going anywhere near him. She's like, okay, I'm going to need some backup here. And this is something that we saw, remember, in...
Second. You cannot say what you want about this because you have very, very strong opinions about the UK police in general. I admire... I know that took restraint. I admire that.
The Manchester Airport assault. Now, when this guy was... The video originally went viral with him kicking him in the head and stomping on him, everyone was like, my God, because that was all they saw. What they didn't see is this man punching a dainty woman just like her because she thought she'd been empowered by the Longhouse to be one of these den mother hall monitors, and it turns out that the patriarchy actually doesn't care. And of course, what it required was the big man to come along to finally put an end to it. Because that's really what this is all about. This only happens because we permit it. But really, it's not what they actually want, because otherwise they wouldn't be doing any of this. Otherwise you wouldn't be getting people ticketing you for cycling no-handed. She felt afraid, and men's lack of moral authority is what made her feel afraid. And the more we play into these absolute fantasies, the more women are getting hurt, but also the more afraid they're going to feel. And so they'll just keep going.
There's also
and so when you get things like
marvelous
this,
follow-up to that video, by the way. Yeah, they're pretty useless. And nobody helps them anymore. Meanwhile, back in the day, the police would ask people if they could borrow their handguns. Really? And the people were like, yeah, here you go, mate. Wasn't there a case where a police officer caught like a wad of bird shot and then some passerby whipped out his 1911 and helped drag him into safety? Whereas to this incident, you risk lacking perceived compassion by continuing. Those opinions, however, you compartmentalize those macro-level opinions. You understand that these invaders are subject to opinions that also glow. You're overcomplicating it, Notary. Here's the thing. Should dainty women be in the police force? No, because the function of the police is to be the arm of the government that maintains the government's monopoly on violence. And the only way you maintain a monopoly on violence is by being capable of more violence better. And while also understanding the continuum of appropriate violence. Women are usually, incapable of violence, and they do not understand the appropriate continuum of violence. That's why you have a lot of people instantly drawing guns. What I was talking about? What was I talking about?
This man is about to go head-to-head with his...
Yeah. Donut did a breakdown on it. I don't think it warrants to belabor the point. Christ, I'm also getting a very lovely migraine right now. I'm going to see to it that I'll deal with that later. But the point I was making is, a lot of the reasons we laugh at female cops in the US is because they go to their service weapon very quickly. Because they subconsciously understand that most adult men can manhandle them very easily. And most criminal elements will not have a lot of qualms about doing so. So, in situations where other use of force continuums are more appropriate, they reach for the gun because they are afraid. But in the UK, it doesn't even go that far. Like, we're gonna watch the follow-up video to this because he's gonna cover that, because I'm not sure I can play the video of her breaking down in tears.
And I'm sure you've seen a million things like this. Like this, obviously white, probably queer, girl walking around with her smug smirk because she feels safe right now, going, I can't wait for the West to fall. She's not actually asking for the West to fall. What she is asking for is for when men have decided that they have had enough, too much pain and suffering has been caused, by the den mothers. This is not acceptable. The men have to be able to take control again and actually set the proper order of the world so that women can once again feel safe.
There you go. Go into the molly, you bitch.
And so
Sorry
the
about
den
that.
mother is an expression of a sort of pathological fear because men have really absconded their duties as protectors,
Right.
but they will have to come back soon
We
because
thread
things
you
are getting a lot
in
worse.
Over here into the second slot. There was a follow-up to that video. We're going to look for it. There it is.
We believe in possibilities at Texas Children's. For every cure found, we're dedicated to...
So you might remember that a year ago at Manchester Airport, this video came out, and you can see this chap saying it's fully justified. Well, we'll talk about how that was fully justified in a second. But the video was of a Muslim man on the floor, restrained, and he turns his head towards this police officer, and this police officer jumps nervously and boots him in the head and then stomps on him. And everyone was like,
I see nothing wrong here.
Jesus Christ, that's a bit full on, isn't it? What did he do to deserve that? And of course, the Muslim side was like, well, this is just extreme violence against unarmed Muslim man. This is Islamophobia. The new Arab. If you're a Muslim in a UK airport, expect the worst from the police. Yeah, they're just gonna kick your face.
I mean, given the ethnic breakdown of knife statistics, is there really such a thing as an unarmed Muslim man?
In when you're on the floor. I agree with the new Arab. That's totally not an irrational perspective.
Yeah, let's not talk about the
That's
extreme
clearly
violence against
not
kuffar men
informed
or
by what has
kuffar
actually
women, for
happened
that
based on
matter.
context. It's just the cops were like, "Oh my god, a Muslim! Quick, get him to the floor, kick him in the face." And obviously that's not true. But if you guys want to believe that's true and stay in your own countries, well, I don't blame you. Anyway, so the police officer, of course, was to face a criminal investigation over this because it was everywhere for about a month. Like, everyone was saying, my God, this is just this brute of a police officer. How could he? The independent officer of police contact was getting in on it. They were like, yeah, we are piloting. And to be fair, that is their job. But like, I love the assumption of all of these things, right? They've met with one of the men who is involved and his family members. We're speaking to the other man because this must be a case of unwarranted police brutality. There could have been nothing else. Absolutely nothing else. The officer had been served a disciplinary notice in regards to potential gross misconduct for a number of alleged breaches of police professional standards, including the use of force. Oh, really? I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean criminal charges to follow, but I notice, look, as soon as there's something happens,
Right.
peaceful protests took place. How dare you kick the...
Okay, so this is the setup that we're going to try. The structure is going to be the following. This is the front latch. This is... I'm going to try to keep it in focus. Let's move the chrome out of the way for a second. Alright, so front latch, knife, front right hand. So that's what going to be. That's 1 o'clock. 3 o'clock holster. What I assume is 6 o'clock IFAK. Dump pouch. Magazine pouches. Carabiner in the front. I'm actually going to put this on and see if the logistics make sense. And this is actually another piece of gear that we're going to talk about in a moment. Alright, try not to pull my headphones out of the PC. That would be great. I'm not going to thread this. I'm just going to try to do a loose fitting. Just throw it on my hips. Alright, so it interferes with the front lock a little bit. Not a fan of that. It sits pretty okay. I can reach my knife fairly comfortably, but let's see if it interferes with my draw stroke. The gun is hot, so we're going to be extra careful about that. Doesn't seem to impede my mobility materially, like I can still throw a kick. Can I draw? Yes, I can draw fairly comfortably. Any more... I don't really want to move the holster any more back. Can I draw my knife from here? You know what? I can, but I would probably want it to be spun around. So, right now it's set up for an underhand draw, and there are not a lot of cases where I need an underhand draw if I have access to my gun. So, I would probably want to turn this the other way around. Because there's really not an angle that I can use for cutting, especially with a holster that rigid. Rather, with a scabbard that rigid. Okay, the camera doesn't see me if I sit like this. You volunteer for a repeat demonstration of the offending individual at training speed, of course.
Crap out of this obviously innocent Muslim man. How dare you, sir? And I mean, notice that a lot of them are, of course, in fact, most of these are just co-ethnics. So they're like, oh, one of ours, is it? One of ours being mistreated, quote unquote. We'd better go out and protest. What do you do? Don't know. We don't know anything, actually. And that was the point. Nobody knew anything, apart from the footage, right? Weird how this came out instantly, and that was it. And that's all anyone knew. But the police force did say 3 officers have been taken to hospital, one of whom suffered a broken nose, and 4 men were arrested on suspicion of assault and affray. Right, so they hired Ahmed Yaqub, the best Muslim solicitor that money can buy. And apparently his conditions worsened. Oh, it's all bad. It's all bad. The police officer might face criminal charges. And, of course, the teenager kicked in the face by Manchester police is traumatized. Oh, my God. That poor traumatized boy, said Ahmed Yaqub. Well, I can't help but feel he's like the Muslim version of Lionel Hutz or something. Or like this guy from Breaking Bad. Oh, why is his name escaping me now? You guys can remind me.
Saul Goodman?
He just seems like such an obvious grifter, right? It's like, I'm here to defend the Muslims from whatever they've done, basically. Is what this came out to. And it's just like, right, okay. So we've got obvious angel, choir boy, Welsh choir boy, come out, did nothing wrong. Some cops were like, oh, I spotted a Muslim, quick, slam him to the floor, kick him in the face. And Ahmed Yaqub being like, yes, this is Islamophobia, this is racism, this is trauma.
Of course he will.
I mean, it's interesting how Ahmed Yaqub was charged with money laundering.
Oh.
And had to step away from this after he was like, yeah, this was an attempted assassination of that boy. It's like, okay, Mr. What's the guy's name? I can't believe Saul Goodman. He's like the Muslim Saul Goodman. So obviously he was charged with money laundering. Now, I can't play this footage because it's insanely violent. But what happened is one of the men who's being arrested here was headbutting someone, just some randomly. So he went up and attacked someone in an airport. And so the police go to arrest him, and there's a massive brawl. 2 of these police officers are women, and this guy is just punching them square in the face, and his brothers as well, or friends or whatever they were, punching them square in the face until eventually
Who would have thought?
The man who you see at the beginning finally on the floor, and the guy turns because it looks like he's literally just come out of this huge fight, and he just boots him in the head and stops him to keep him down, to keep him from attacking. So these wasn't Islamophobia.
I want to angle this.
He's a violent
bit
thug,
downward.
and he was beating the living daylights out of people. It wasn't just because he was a Muslim. It was because he was a violent thug who thought he could get away with beating the crap out of people. He was starting fights. He was attacking people, and then he attacked with the cops. It wasn't because it's not black and Muslim minorities of the disproportionate violence they face. No, you are the disproportionate threat. That's what this comes down to. And Nadine here has written this just out of co-ethnic solidarity. She knew nothing about the subject. She didn't care. She was like, my team, your team. My team good, your team bad. And I'm sorry, this sort of crap is just completely unacceptable. You know, none of them knew what was going on. The protests, oh, our team, your team. And we're going to come out for our team, no matter what they've done to your team. And there's literally nothing that they can do that will get them to not support their own team. Their team, right or wrong, no matter what. And of course, our team is like, well, yeah, we'll arrest that cop. He's in trouble now based on, well, nothing. And of course, their Lionel Hutz, their Saul Goodmans come out and go like, yep, it's all the the evil white supremacy power structures, whatever. These poor innocent angels are traumatized. No, absolutely not. Right? And again, I can't show you this footage. Maybe I can scrub through it a bit. But you've got this woman here whose nose is just completely broken, and she's blood all over her face.
I'm trying to see if I can angle the knife a little bit.
Absolutely howling, and it's horrible. She's at one point, she's like, he's fucked up my face, and they're like, yeah, well, to be honest with you,
you are
kind
a
of
cop.
had. And it was just, she's sorry. Who's the traumatized party here? Is it the poor boy who ended up getting what he deserved, or is it this woman who really should? And just a quick aside,
there is no an angle.
I just don't think that women should be frontline police officers.
Yep, that checks out.
I just don't think that they should. I mean, this is just.
Huh. It seems that I have no means of mounting it here.
Absolutely terrible. And I just. They're not prepared. They're not prepared to deal with it. I mean, she's like 5'4" or something. You can see she's a dainty, normal-sized woman.
Yep.
And there's a particular frame in this that captures it really perfectly, where he's just. I mean, look at that.
I think I'm going to keep it.
Boom. Right, and then there was another. Yeah, there we go. Boof. That's when he breaks her nose. Just a solid left hook, as if he's dealing with a man, because he doesn't care, because he's a little fucking psychopath, and we are stupid enough to put women on the front line of dealing with these people.
Yeah.
They don't respect you. They don't care about you. And when they do something terrible to you, their guys will come out and protest and call you racist, right? Their guys will literally come out and protest. Their solicitors will come out and tell you that they're the...
Let's also conceptualize this a little bit wider, okay? She interacted with a suspect who was not compliant. He punched her straight in the face. And that's pretty much enough to send her into an uncontrolled sobbing panic. She's not a combatant at that point. That's it. She's a liability. She is completely out. And she was lucky that there were 4 other people around her to take control of the situation. Now let's entertain a mental experiment. What would happen if the same situation, where she is a female cop, occurs in a diverse neighborhood late at night, and she is outnumbered? What would happen? Because she receives the same straight punch to the face. She is completely out of it. She no longer has a handle on the situation because she has no handle on her own reactions. She has no training to resist. She has no training and no equipment to escalate and to stop the situation from developing. She is just not equipped to deal with violence. She is a sobbing mess with a bloodied nose, surrounded by people of a culture where rape is an appropriate thing that you do towards the outgroup. I am pretty sure that they would have just dragged her to the nearest basement, ran multiple trains on her, and filmed the entire thing, probably with her still in uniform, and then would actively share it around the community. And then the UK would have made it a hate crime to talk about that video. It's a circle where woman has been given a string of lies as long as her life that led her to the position to fight for the anarcho-tyranny that creates the environment she suffers from. Yeah, pretty much. It is a closed-loop circle. Whew. Okay, so I feel like we've done a lot of things today, which is cool, great, and fantastic. We're going to quickly answer the marshmallow. One more thing that I wanted to highlight. So this is a strap from my rifle bag, but it has this little pocket attachment. So I really like these pocket attachments. Basically, you slap them onto anything that's like a backpack strap or a bag strap, and it just gives you this like additional pull-apart bag. I found these to be very convenient for enhancing bags that don't have enough storage. We're going to kill the hand cam because we're not going to be doing anything with it today. I'm going to quickly look at my marshmallow. Turn the keyboard on. Marshmallow. There we go. Hopefully it retained my sign-in information, and hopefully I'm not showing it on screen right now. I am showing it on screen right now, so I'm going to pop this out. Make sure that you're seeing Carl and not my login screen. Whew. Okay. Retsusi. We have 2 incoming questions. There you go. And we'll take these one by one. Are you walking with a cane yet? Not yet. Thank you for asking. Okay, we're not. I don't want to post this to Twitter though. Okay, never mind. There's the question. Yes, haha. I am slightly old, but no, not cane material yet. Interestingly enough, I did walk with a cane for a number of months, I think. I had a very bad impingement in my spine because of a slipped vertebrae. Not very pleasant, but, you know, par for the course. Happy birthday. It's not my birthday. What was my wildest streaming moment of 2024? That is a good question, and I really don't have a good answer off the top of my head, realistically. Wildest. God damn. I would say that the whole Katana project was fairly wild to set up and execute. It was fun to see people tune in. I really appreciate everyone who joined back then. And yeah, it was generally an experience. It was an interesting project to undertake. So yeah, I'm gonna call the Katana polishing stream that. Okay, so full disclosure, I am currently enjoying a head-splitting migraine. Like, I am actually about to fucking throw up. So, what we're going to do is, we're going to leave a portion of the festivities for tomorrow. I will think of what we want to do for tomorrow. Because there's a number of things we can do. There's the plushie, not the plushie, the chibi that we want to craft, and there's also more things that I currently cannot think of because, fuck, my head just hurts. So we're going to raid into Ricky. Where is she? She's playing some Gray Zone. Ricky Soros, there she is. Okay, so we're going to start the raid. Behave yourselves. Ricky is nice. Ricky is nice. She has been very kind to us. And you know what? She's a very nice person just in a vacuum. So, behave yourselves. I'll be back tomorrow morning, same time, hopefully in a less disheveled state. This has been Onii-san, reminding you to work on your upper body strength. Bye-bye.
Oh, can I climb this up? It's too steep, isn't it? Oh my god.